Hello, 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 everyone. Welcome one, welcome all. Hope you all have had a great day today. Go ahead and enjoy some evening relaxation, shall we? Thank you guys for stopping by so early, as we are just getting started here. It's weird to be early for once. Well, I'll say it is a late start time for me. I had some things to take care of today, and I kind of woke up late after yesterday's extremely early morning, extremely late ending stream. So probably need to fix it at some point. But for the moment, we are binging through this game as we have Impact coming in with the support.
Still up at nearly 4 a.m. to watch DSP. Greetings from Germany.
I'm glad you enjoy their Impact. You know, we're here. Maybe we can get you some nice, relaxing vibes. Rest too. But before we get started, I want to say hello to everyone in chat. Hello there, River. Hello there, Keith, Elliot, Jonathan, Theta, Darren, Takeshi, Yamato, Aragon, Corin, King, Andromeda, Guacamole, Epic Gamer, Person, Blue Doom, all that, and a toilet. Loroth, welcome, welcome, welcome. Hello there, Wyvern. How you doing today? We're live? Yes, we are. Yeah. Yeah, there, River. I'm starting a bit late today by my standards. Pretty late today by my standards, so not a surprise that you managed to get here early. You're arriving now at approximately the same time you would usually arrive, except I'm only just starting, which is the unusual one for me, and I feel a little bit guilty about that. But without further ado, let's jump right into it. So last we left off, we had just gotten Destroyer production up and running after redoing our entire science division. And we noticed an issue with our production in that we weren't producing enough. So we're going to fix that right now. And that's all there is to it. Let's see this. In fact, let's go ahead and just upgrade all of this. It's tier 3. And massive expand. So because blueprints are an incredible pain, I'm not going to be using blueprints. I'm instead just going to do the regular click and drag. And it's going to be faster than using blueprints to copy paste. Ta-da! You patch drop today? It did. Yeah, get some more Mark 1 assemblers. Can we upgrade to Mark 2? Is my next thought. Probably a good idea, as we're going to want to massively increase these things. We're not doing Mark 3s, that's not happening. Graphene, we've got an inventory. Do Mark 2s. Base turret getting slammed. We're out of processors, which is not a surprise because these are limiting factors for processors right now. Where are processors? I think I may just have to not upgrade the processors right now. Or upgrade the Mark 2s right now. And instead just spam out Mark 1s. Is none of this connected? Huh, neat. Okay. Remember the enemy farm? Does drop magnets, coils, electronics? It does, yes. This does not help me. But it does do these things. So how many of these can I upgrade to tier 2? A fair few, actually. Boost the crafting speed. And output here. Go! Production, go! So one thing, these things struggle to output fast enough, so we do need to upgrade the exporters here. The importers are fine, the exporters are locked. Barely locked, but locked nonetheless. So what we're going to do is fix that. The tier 3 sorter, is I would still need to do 2 Mark II sorters, which is equivalent to a Mark 1, or which is equivalent to a, well, Mark III. Eli found out there's a holiday event for Brent. Oh, really? Is there? That surprises me. And is kind of interesting. For the record, I don't mind being bugged. It's just comes with the understanding that I likely won't be able to participate in things most of the time. You know, I never actually stopped to see how this worked. It just does a second processing operation. Hey there, fish. Welcome in. I'm glad you like DSP so much. Oh, yes. I very much so like DSP, but that shouldn't be a surprise. I do very much so enjoy these things. Alright, so we should be blowing through this quite rapidly. Expanding this has actually led it to... We are now producing faster than we are using them, which is good. Which is very good. Okay, we're not outputting here, it's everything else. You mind her bugging you? You know, to each their own, I suppose. Alright. So the things that are using these should now be functional. There's a huge backlog to fill. You see, that's what I'm concerned about, because there should be a huge backlog to fill, and we're producing faster than we're consuming, which implies to me that the backlog cannot fill fast enough, which usually is because there is a lack of, there's a bottleneck on the throughput. And say we don't have enough drones somewhere, therefore it cannot clear out the new supply faster than it can consume it, which is my concern. So I'm looking around for things that utilize these magnets, these magnetic coils, and I'm not finding them, which is weird because a lot of things use them, like these, for example. But these are keeping up and have more than enough drones, so it looks like we are just genuinely producing more than we're using, which will likely change at some point. The limiting factor here is the microcrystalline components. So we need to fix the circuit boards and the microcrystalline components. Microcrystalline components are also bottlenecked on production speed, assembly speed. Interestingly enough, we're not bottlenecked on circuit boards. As much as I would very much so like to improve this, we aren't bottlenecked on them, which is weird to me, but nonetheless. Green drives look low. Yes, they are. But that's not a surprise because they're a little bit, they're quite slow to craft. As much as we need a bunch of them, they aren't incredibly high priority. Thing about green drives is really only the upper tier stuff needs them, and the upper tier stuff isn't stuff that you tend to spam out. So we don't need an incredible amount of them. Unless you're now doing mass endgame spam. Alright, so let's run this out over here. I need so many more assemblers. Go, assembler machines, go. AGP is hilarious and enjoyable. Ah, yeah. Hello there, River. Welcome in. Congratulations, friend. You've gained access to all the beautiful emotes here in the channel. Suppose a special access role on Discord. Welcome to the party. You know, we've been gaming for so long, I've forgotten. It's just... I just hadn't thought about the subscriber membership stuff. But, welcome. Today, learn you can subscribe on yes, you can. It's the best bang for your buck, as it were. And you get emotes. Speaking of emotes, I'm always open to emote suggestions because I am terrible at ideas. Like, really bad at ideas. Okay, these produce about 45 per minute and output about 2 per second, so that's fine. Bring on some 3-year and 4-year badges. I would love to. Those are mechanically unavailable to us. Like, they are not implemented in the YouTube side of things, so I physically cannot add them. Need more 40k ones. That's not a bad idea. Beyond, you know, Psyker. Let's see, because I do have the Psyker emote. Lightning is fun. To be fair, I don't actually use lightning that much. Okay, so processors are the next major bottleneck, and then I need to check on green. Our processors were over here, question mark? Yes. Processors are short because microcrystalline components. So where are microcrystalline components? Right here. Alright, you are bottlenecked on processor speed, so let's do that. Oh, right at tier 3s. Where are our latest and greatest conveyor belts? I added destroyers, but we're not producing any. Ta-da! Think you need one about a resident dog mutant target? Oh no. Yeah, it should be everything here. There we go. Ta-da! Alright. Let us expand. And yeah, you just go straight out here. You go out here. And this is output, so this needs to go like all the way over here. Some kind of deal here. Lack of Mark 1 sorters. What is it? The between Nausea and Build Air. Alright, so this should cap out our I mean, they probably won't cap anything out. We've got 25 drones here. But this should give us plenty of microcrystalline goods. Incursus is the best sleep assistant. I'm okay with this. He's special to us. Keeps us safe by being bait. Oh no. Your Twitch opened up the animated ones and you've been struggling to figure out which to add your last couple? Yeah. Alright, so this should be a huge boon to the processing. Well, somewhat of a boon. It's like 2x. We are certainly producing them as quickly as we are. Well, hello there. Months and months and months and months. We're still playing, coming in and showing off that end tier badge. Welcome back. We're still playing. After all these years, it's nice to see you. I enjoy having you around. It's nice. You could just write years. This is true. 60 months. That's it's a long time. It's still strange to me. Thinking all this time. We are still consuming these faster than we are producing them. However, that maybe just because of a backlog, which would seem to be the case-ish here. No. We're starved here still. So let's fix that. Yeah, this isn't a production speed bottleneck, although it may end up being one. It may end up being one once we ramp this up here. But for this, what I'm going to do is upgrade probably half of this. Produces 30 a minute on one Mark 1 sorter. Output should be approximately even. Have you stopped beginning your streams when you're getting ready to work? Yeah. That's on me. That's what I'm supposed to do the Wednesday streams for. Supposed to. I saw you playing darts at 6 in the morning. Shh. I was testing a new build. Well, new build is not really. I wanted to try out something. I wanted to give it a test, which is related to why this stream is so delayed on the start. This is it's trying. We're upgrading the other half. These cost processors to upgrade, so it's kind of... I don't have enough. Okay. You like how the tier 2 assemblers with slightly different animation? It's not just recolored. Slightly. It has a third arm in it. It's the attention to detail in this game and just the general quality of this game is impressive. Like even compared to things like Factorio. Like Factorio obviously is not meant to be graphically intense, meant to be simple, just very fundamental and basic. This game not so much. And it shows, and they do a good job at that. Once we hit tier 2 on all of these, we should, because I'm pretty certain we were already ahead of the processing requirements, but pretty certain we were already got ahead of the bottleneck, but I want to finish this off anyways. Thoughts on the Tectonica update for Walls? I haven't checked out the Tectonica update beyond seeing the patch notes and understanding that it got an update with some interesting... I would have to actually play around with it, or like do some deep research to figure out what's going on with that. Alright, so with the magnetic coils kicking in, the electric motors should spool up, and with the electric motors spooling up, the green turbines should speed up as well, although that should have kicked in already, so it's likely that this is still bottlenecked. Appears to be bottlenecked on production speed specifically, which I could fix. Like Tectonica satisfies a very satisfactory kind of itch. It's an automation game, but it's not the it is like a augmented automation game to describe it as, where it's automation plus other things, and it's the plus other things which makes it interesting to me. So otherwise, it's just a somewhat mediocre automation game, which is fine. It's just not incredibly awesome, you know? It's just because Tectonica you can do things like explore the world that makes Tectonica so much more interesting compared to other automation games. Like there's world to explore and lore to encounter. There's a story and all kinds of other things that go with it. Can you get an ad as a sub member? That's a good question. Though to be fair, as someone who has YouTube Premium, I still sometimes get ads, which is obviously a bug and a mistake. And when I say sometimes, I mean incredibly rarely. It's not a common thing whatsoever. YouTube being YouTube, yeah, probably. It's probably just that. Alright, so this will increase electric drives, magnetic drives, electric motors. And with electric motor production, we gain bonus everything else. So let's check back on our processors. How you holding out? Still consuming them as fast as still bottlenecked on crystalline component production. Okay. Industry latest versions when. That's another game I'm interested in jumping back into, doing some more videos on it. Just doing Dyson Sphere first. We'll get on to Industry and others. I probably won't cover Tectonica, not because Tectonica isn't an interesting game, but because just going to wait for more to happen before covering it again. But Industry I intend to cover after DSP. As a sub member, you should have no ads. I mean, you're not wrong. I'm just saying, YouTube sometimes isn't fully functional. Bugs and glitches and other things happen. Incursion with a Dyson Sphere orbiting it or around it. Interesting. Industry will eat both you and Incursus. Yeah. YouTube told you to stop paying for premium for 1 month. And I told them that I listened to YouTube on the way to and from work. Interesting. Why are you... What's going on over here? Oh, it's getting touched and my drones are trying to go heal it. What's going on? No new drops because, well, we don't have any other drops added. You ever want to add any of these? Could do glass. Huh. So that's what it looks like. Oh, never mind. So these have been adjusted. I am seeing objects here that we didn't see before. It's showing the level 12 drops and the level 15 drops and the level 18 drops. It's not showing all the drops, but it's showing some of them. You were finally able to expense the YouTube Premium. After 1 month of not using Premium, they get a bill for 140 gigs worth of data, 90% of it being YouTube. Woo. Yeah, that's hilarious. I approve. I didn't realize we could see... I'm pretty certain these were not visible before the patch. But they are visible now, and this is not a complete list. So it doesn't include dark fog specific drops, among other things. Level 24 drops unipolar magnets. Okay. So that's interesting. I do like this. This is nice. As much as it's fun to discover things the first time. It is quite nice. It's quite nice to be able to see it. Do you like the Dyson Sphere do not go the route to Rift Break, like a Rift Breaker for the enemies? It is different. And I'm okay with this. Do I want to upgrade these? Kinda, sorta. But I need to also upgrade the outputs, which is fine. So what do I need to ramp up to Mark IIs here? Lots of processors. Now I'm crafting the processors because I don't happen to have processors on me. But it looks like we're getting some extra processors laying around. So I'm going to have processors on me. Graphene is the next limiting factor. Which is being imported, among other things. It's being imported, but it's also not being imported particularly quickly. However, we are exporting it here. One of these out here. I think it's being imported or exported. Or did those go straight into carbon nanotubes? Not being exported. Okay. Okay. I could have sworn we were also producing it here. Yes, we've got carbon nanotube production here. We're importing fire ice here, which is being consumed. And should be turning into graphite, which is being developed over here. And consumed elsewhere. Let's see, which one of you is sending graphite out? I mean, we're using graphite in a fair few places, so that's not a surprise to me. But it also means we're producing graphite here, and it is not being exported, which is a problem. Let's fix that problem. Sorry, graphene. Local demand, a remote supply. Let's go. Need an inquisitorial rosette, but with your symbol. You know, that's not a terrible idea. That's the kind of thing I would like. Well, that's probably the kind of thing I would want an actual artist to do, because inquisitorial rosettes tend to be somewhat more detailed. With me, if it's more than one color, it's a problem. It's an issue. I am many things. A practiced artist is not among them. I wanted to get graphene, and then I didn't get graphene. I did all this to get graphene. But I did put it in this box over here. So there's graphene here. Alright, with graphene comes access to tier 2. Yay! Any good guides for setting up Forge Worlds? I do not have one, nor have I looked for them. I imagine it would not be a terribly complicated thing. There's probably a bunch of blueprints. I know there's a website that does blueprints. You can probably find a bunch of blueprints on said website. That would be likely a good idea. Let me think. I don't have a lot of other information on the matter. How are your feelings like Pokemon? How are feelings like Pokemon? On games like Pokemon, there's not a whole lot of games like Pokemon, to be fair. Of the type of games like Pokemon, Pokemon tends to be the best of them. Haven't played Pokemon in quite some time. We did a bit of Temtem on the stream a while back. That was like Pokemon. It was fine. Got nothing against it. It's not the kind of game that typically holds my attention for a long period of time. It's probably all I really have to say about it. I used to play it a lot when I was younger. Used to play it. Used to do like speed run stuff a lot, which was great fun. When I was, I remember playing Pokemon Yellow. I used to speed run the games, reset them, speed run them again to go capture all the legendaries and then sell them off to my friends. That was fun. I liked that. Processors are still a problem. We've constructed one orbital collector. Okay. Do you reckon Descent 1 or Quake 1? I'm partial to Descent over Quake, but I understand the joy that is Quake, especially when you get yourself that sweet rocket launcher. But I'm partial to Descent. I'm a big fan of the whole directions being an abstract concept idea. It's like, yeah, directions are meaningless. It's just a theory that exists in someone's mind. We need to ramp up processor production even higher, which means more microcrystalline. Is this bottlenecked on... This is bottlenecked on resources. No. It's bottlenecked on... output. It's not using them. Okay. This is fine. How do plants and photographers make a living? Photosynthesis. Oh no. That's a good one, actually. Okay, so microcrystalline components are still the limiting factor, which means I need more microcrystalline component production. And that's all there is to it. So let's do that. Let's do that exactly. Oh, now it's limited by high purity silicon. Alright, I'm gonna get the feeling that all your viewers are on YouTube because Twitch is a small percentage of our community. That's why. It's probably related. Do, 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 do. 6 degree of freedom is king. Descent, terminal velocity. Not surprised to find that Incursus was that weird Pokemon scammer. Well, scammer is a strong word. I did the things. All the trades were legit. Everyone got what they wanted. Twitch is being twitchy about viewership. Oh no. Whatever shall they do? Alright, put you here. Ta-da. Okay, now I just need these components out here. Let's see. It's copper goes here, and silica goes here. And this will not operate until we fix the silica input income, which will not happen until we go to Otherworld and fix it there. Have I covered a planet entirely in Foundation? Nope. Nor do I intend to. Although, half mine to do it on Arrakis over there. Glass planet. So these are operational, and the only thing stopping this from going faster is lack of high purity silicon. So let's go create high purity silicon in extreme amounts. You're gonna tell us that you're independently wealthy because of WoW gold farming. You know, I used to do a lot of testing for Blizzard, like not as an official on the payroll or anything. But back when Blizzard used to give rewards for joining their bug finding programs, so I got dozens of WoW subscription vouchers. That I never used, so I ended up giving them away. Alright, so new objective is just harvest all the raw resources and output them to the nearest logistics station. That is the entire purpose of this planet. Let's see. You take... yeah. I was about to say, like, I need to process this stuff, but I don't need to process it right here. I will harvest this. Oh, this is a buried vein. This is a lot of iron. Okay. I really should have refilled on belts on the way out here. That would have been a good idea. You also take not copper, but iron. Okay. Do you like the new combat update? I love the new combat update. Why was the printer sticky? Because it was jammed. Oh no. Is it better to export raw resources or to at least process them once? Depends. It's not. There is no better or worse there. Depends entirely on how you want to do things. I've got 2 more silica veins. Okay. Restored. Local demand, remote supply. You are imports. So let's do a few imports here. One, I would like some more belts. Remote demand, please. Sure, that's fine. Until I remember what else I wanted, that'll have to do. Put you over here. What do you call a depressed half-human, half-robot? A cyborg? Oh no. Why are you like this? Why don't you draw a penis on the sun of the Dyson Sphere? That is actually possible if you so desire. That is unironically doable. It is something you can do in this game. Clear you out. Good. power on. And you take more things to process. And then we do the same thing over here. And this should be an immense help toward the whole not having silicon thing. Remember, we still have to do some complete rework of the original planet, as it's, I'm not going to say unused, but it's lacking in operational capacity and covered in obsolete and completely unused derelict structures, which is not a great use of our space. Alright, so next we need to process this stuff. So I just need to find a place that I can process, where I can process it all. This is fine. Let's do it out here, I guess. So I'll plant this guy over here. This'll do. Unpowered silicon mining machine. Is that true? It is true. Let's go deal with that. Right near blueprint latitude. No, I'm going to be going south of it, so we shouldn't interact with that. We should process it in Forge World. Because I can process it here, and Forge World is not going to be... There's no reason for me to... I don't currently have it importing on Forge World. And I can process it here. Just be simpler to do that. One less thing taking up space there. So we'll do... You get all of this you can with maximum drones. And you get power. Oh, let's do storage first so you don't try to don't do everything. Green science continuing to do. Alright, so from here we're going to output 3 lines of this. Like so. We're avoiding going north because then we're going to interact with unpleasantry. And you do this. You process this. This is... Yeah, it's it takes twice the input. It inputs twice as much as it outputs, so. We can afford to double these. So input here, output here. And output. I can just kind of keep going. Like, I don't have to... If I'm going to use Mark III builds. There's no real reason for me to run a second line. I just keep going. Because these can sustain 30 per second. These can sustain... Actually, these can only sustain 15 in a row. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And if I'm going to do that, it would be better off if I do it the opposite direction. So I do instead... we do things like this. Out here. And then we do you here. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. And then in. Like this. In and out. And you do high purity silicon. Then we do the same thing, but backwards. So it's out here. And we flip these around this way. Ta-da! So this should just work when we turn it on. Alright, so here and here. Probably should have started with those two ends, doesn't matter. You contain these in supply and demand, please. Go. Just realized you have one of the most fake sounding excuses to get off your phone. You have to go wax your mustache. Oh. Oh gosh, I see the photo. That's awesome. My uncle actually has a mustache very similar to that. Yes, he waxes it. It's a little bit longer, a bit more handlebar, and it's beautiful. Okay, so we should have approximately a full belt of output here. These should get immediately devoured as well. Yeah, we're just shy of... we are... The only reason we're not hitting max drone usage here is because we don't have the power. But that should change. Whew. Once the buffer fills up, which it seems to be doing, let's crank this up a little bit. There you go. Yeah, there we go. Max those drones, please. This we got a lot of power here. We can afford this. You've never received so many compliments before this dash. It is eye-catching, to say the least. And it's cool. Unique. Let's throw some more drones into this. I did not need that many drones. There you go. Give drone. Alright, so that should massively increase our production lines here. High purity silicon is once again flowing here. It should flow for quite a long time. It seems that the limiting factor here is now either the logistics vessels, which is not the limiting factor because logistics vessels are not being consumed. So we're just not consuming it fast enough, which is good. Alrighty, Rose, or River. Good luck out there, and rest well, yeah? We're duplicating our titanium on the... It's fine. It's not important. So many of these geothermals are just not connected to the power grid. Alright, well, I am satisfied here that we have completed the things we need to complete here. We have a brand new and substantial run of these, which... Let's do a third one because there's no kill like overkill. By third, I mean just straight duplicate all of this in its entirety. Ta-da! So we need one input here, output here. Output. Input. Output. Also need to be set to this. This, hopefully, this game worth the buy, in my opinion? Yes. We should have a brand new spewing of drones coming out of here, as we are. Wow, we are barely keeping ahead of demand here. Yeah, this is not filling up quickly. This is quite the hefty production line. I'm just concerned that we aren't, that we're consuming all of this high purity silicon. Because that means that we aren't supplying it faster than we're consuming it. But we are supplying it faster than we're consuming it, but only just barely, to the point where it's taken multiple minutes for the buffer to fill up, and the buffer is only like a third of the way full, maybe a quarter of the way full. Opinion on the update: good, bad, frustrating. No significant changes. At least not at this stage of the game. Is my opinion on it. It's mostly like bug fixes. I mean, it's good. It's good. It's fixing stuff. It's, you know, post-release, post-major overhaul, putting out of fires. We're not talking anything that's going to dramatically change the landscape. Like, fundamental things haven't been fundamentally changed. They've just been fixed. Stopping planetary bases from landing with shields is nice. That's true. Game good? Yes, game good. Wow. We're not keeping up with demand. Like, we just lost. Okay. More space combat, please. We are currently working on that. We are producing... Actually, let me check. Production. Entire cluster. What's our destroyer production right now? 2 per minute. Which is more than the 0 per minute we had before. So we have officially produced destroyers. We are not producing this fast enough, is what I'm seeing here. Okay. How do you power your mining planets? Solar and Geo... Right now, this planet is purely geothermal. This planet is purely geothermal. But that's just because it was once infested by the dark fog and had been forcefully uninfested. Also, if you notice how much space this thing's taking up, this is explicitly why I'm doing this here, rather than on Forge World. Been a lot of dark fog. Yeah, I have something like 8 gigawatts worth of power generated purely off of dark fog bases. Liberated dark fog land. Is your silicon production stats? Yes. Yes, we can. Raw silicon are consuming and producing as fast as they're consuming, which is usually how that goes because it stops production of raw silicon when you cannot consume it. On the other hand, high purity silicon, we are listed as higher than consumption, but I am not convinced that is true. Would spraying it help? Yes. I don't really want to spray this, but yes. Because silicon is particularly cheap and inexpensive. The list of things I want to spray, silicon is not among them. Alright. We are officially draining silicon faster than... We're officially smelting silicon faster than we're bringing it in, which is nice. A lot of juice needed for an array like this? Yeah, I mean, kind of. I've got 2.23 gigawatts of power on this planet on geothermal alone, and I'm barely using... Not even using half of it. You spray your girlfriend when she's acting up like a cat. Drones can't keep up. You're correct. Drones cannot keep up. And these can keep up. For the sake of getting things done, let's send this into here, I guess. Do I have another planetary? I don't. Need more drone upgrades. Actually, I don't think there are more drone upgrades. Is that true? There might be one. It's probably one drone upgrade. Like one of the white ones. Oh, no, here they are. There are more. And I have them available to me. Okay, I was very wrong. Logistics drone, logistics, let's see, flight speed. Okay. There's infinite at the end? Yeah, there is infinite at the end. I forget, do these now cover the entire planet? With these, or are these not? Because it's 20, 40, 70, 100, 140, which is not the entire planet, but it's like half the planet. In both directions. Just shy of half the planet in both directions. Because that's 170 degrees from the distribution point, which is 10 degrees off of the 40 degree base. Oh, wait, so 40... Oh, okay. Then that is the entire planet. It's the entire planet with a little bit extra to spare. Okay. That makes sense. Let's see. Any technologies I really, really want here? Not right now. Did they at least increase the amount of resources? Oh, you can adjust all the resources. That's always been a thing. You can customize how many resources you have on a planet in the settings. Space fleet expansion. This will be big and is going to take a while to research. Once we get it, we should be able to engage with extreme violence. That's what I'm looking for. Also, then, like, the energy upgrades. Okay. Yeah, so we are unable to keep up with the drone, which is hilarious to me. So all that means is I need to add some more drones over here. Can I get one of you? What are you missing? Steel and these? I can afford exactly one before I need more titanium. Okay. Hello there, Kane. Welcome in. What does my research production pipeline looks like? It looks a lot like this that system over there. I definitely don't need 50 of these here. Let's go with 25 and a power line. Where it's just a planetary set to it's a planetary set to output the science ingredients and then return them in later once they're done. Alright, fine, turning you up. Wow. 35 drones, and it used them all. Good about the silicon mounted belts. Yes. Yes, I can. I should probably send this over to here. Are we getting ahead of it? Are we finally getting ahead of it? Hello there, Therapy Kitten. I love my name, by the way. I'm surprised it wasn't taken. Me too. I think I'm just going to run this directly into this line. Is there forts tomorrow? Only one way to find out. Tomorrow I actually have a event with my father, doing some IRL music band. As you guys know, my dad plays in a band, and I intend to go spend some time with him. I'll probably end up being late to the stream because of that, but I do intend to stream tomorrow, and I do want it to be forts. Or it will be forts. This should help immensely. Just to supplement the raw speed we're doing this. Alright, it looks like we're finally filling out the backlog here. Because we're only constantly draining 200 as opposed to anything else. Okay. It's barely keeping up, dude. This is a lot. Got 3 space fleets. We're gonna go up to 4 space fleets worth of destroyers. I'm so excited. There's no way we're going to get power at all. So we're going to need to update our power production before that. But it's finally maxed. Holy smokes. Alright, well, that's good. Back to Forge World we go. I'm going to play music with my dad. Well, no, I don't play music. I don't touch musical instruments of any kind. I am allergic. Not actually allergic. I just do not enjoy the experience of playing instruments. I have done so before. I am competent with them. I don't want to spend the time practicing, and I don't enjoy the experience of playing them, which is relevant. Is he okay with live? If so, he should stream musics. He's playing at a band, at an event, so it's not really going to be bang a gong, get it on. Why are you like this? Crash. Okay, so it's easy to guess with hearing me sing. I know, right? We should be. This is dead again. Owing to lack of copper, I want to scream. We gotta fix copper income, but before we do that, we're going to inspect the... We're making a lot of plane filters now. Going to inspect the microcrystalline component production, because that's the problem we were looking to fix in the first place. These are going as well as they're going to. Should be right over here. Where can he buy the musics? He doesn't. He does covers and such. He doesn't write his own music, so purchasing is not currently available. But we are ahead of the curve in microcrystalline components, which means our processors, with this additional line, are going pretty well. He does have his own YouTube channel that he uploads some of the stuff to. You're welcome to check that out. These blueprints are built by yourself. This is all built myself. I have struggled to use blueprints because they're extraordinarily finicky. Unless I have a pre-existing build that I've copy-pasted from another world of like another playthrough, and I'm placing it explicitly on the same spot in an empty space, that it's difficult. I just use the regular copy-paste function rather than the blueprint, because like I can use the shift to grab this and then just click and drag out, and then they're just done. So like you just run a belt and then just drag out what you want, and you don't need more than that. Okay. Well, these are going now. We are instead lacking copper production. Copper input? No. Okay, stop it. So I imagine we have copper income. It's just not enough. We're not importing copper anywhere. Importing copper here should get us additional throughput, because we are processing copper here. I never realized we weren't importing copper. We're not importing iron either. Not that it's a big deal, because we're harvesting copper and iron on these planets. So it's not a super big deal. So we have local copper, but it's an indicator that we need to start doing some more. Where is our copper smelting? With iron here, just going nicely. Copper also going nicely, but is limited on throughput. Okay, so it's not the ore we're limited on, it's the smelting power. Means we can ramp that up. These things is not like the other. Hey, we're out of Mark 3s again. We have 138 destroyers, by the way. Just extend this out. Looks like we need some foundation here. extend this out. I'm out of base materials, base ingredients. Nice little increase. What does it take to upgrade these to Mark IIs? Plain smelters. Oh boy, 2x production speed, but pricey. Wow, these actually require ingredients in which we don't have access to. So we can't do more. We can't upgrade the smelters. Okay. Okay. Which one does YouTube let you do that? Wait, what? What did I miss? I want this gone so I can build here without... I can build here without permanently getting rid of it. I can hide it. I know I can hide it, but if I hide it, it's going away forever, never to be seen again. I don't want to do that. I want it consumed and used, not wasted. Gonna unhide it any moment. Yeah, but then I would have to break anything that I've built over it. Yeah. Okay, so this should increase our throughput notably. Still limited here. Can you use a planetary that just use tower and have multiple slots of the same resource? Nope. Cannot duplicate slots of the same resource. I cannot duplicate it. One slot only. Hear about the latest Florida man fiasco. Man walks into a Bass Pro Shop and uses net to catch 50-pound tarpon from the shop's fish tank and walk out. I didn't hear about that. No. That's unusual. Didn't power all the miners. You are correct. Did not power all the miners. That's a weird one. Like, why would you do that? Just poor innocent fish. Just being a fish. It's producing 75 a minute, and this is tier 1 is still... I can output at 90 per minute, so I guess that's relevant. You can play Lethal Company, that's a space sim. I want Infinity Battlescape, which I reinstalled the other day, but didn't actually load into. That's what I want. Hello there, Aqua Wolf Boy. We're limited here too. Let's expand this. We are also limited by titanium. Now we slide these out to here, slide you out to here, slide you out to here, and that's about it really. You are not upgraded. I do not have foundation on my hotbar. My logistics bar. It's a mistake. Pretty certain I don't have foundation set in the output here. So I'm not actually crafting it. I'm just storing it in the backup storage here. Which one is it? It's this one. Did someone say time for expansion? I love doing it right the first time so I don't have to make a mess when I do it again in the future, when we have to re-expand. Okay, we finally went through all our smelters. Alright, so I need circuit boards and iron ingots. Upgrade the tier 3 sorters as well. Tier 3 sorters have 0 benefit here. These smelters fundamentally can only support 1 item per second output. Therefore, the tier 1 sorters, which supports 1.5 items per second, are overkill, and upgrading them beyond does nothing except consume more power for 0 benefit. The other item I'm looking for is circuit boards, which are beyond my ability to observe. We're not outputting circuit boards. It's always funny to find an object which I forgot to output. Nope, they're right here. You were playing Forts earlier with a couple of the other pros, and they kept dropping Howies on you. Oof. As opponents or teammates? You sure about Infinity? You have no objection, just buying it. I would not recommend purchasing the game at this point in time. Not because it isn't a good game, but because it is not yet developed, and also I do not intend to play it often. It is still in the stage of development where I keep an eye on it, but I do not regularly play it. Like I watch the updates and such, but I don't. It's not a game which can be reliably we can't create a clan in it or something like that. It just doesn't have that kind of player support at the moment. I expect it to change at some point, just probably not for another 2 years or so, which is fine. Just it is what it is. Okay, so with these ramping up, we are no longer bottlenecked on some of our lower tier resources, and as such, we should be free to. This is going to take forever. Do I cover this up? Like, there's no way. There's no way that we're gonna drain this in a meaningful amount of time. Like, it's not gonna happen. I hate this, but I'm just gonna have to cover it up, I think. The alternative is be here for. We will end the game. This game will end before this completes. Okay. Yay! They're all gone. They're all gone. They were teammates and they just kept dropping Howies on you. That's I always dislike when they do that, because they aren't. There has been some substantial anger across the community against people who do such things. And while I get that they're having fun and such, the victims often end up being new players who just don't know how to play the game. And they're just trying to play the game, enjoy themselves, and they get a howitzer dropped on them. And then they die, and there's nothing they can do about it because they're getting team killed, and it's not good. It's not a good experience. But as long as you're okay with it, it's fine. As long as you're having fun. We're going to lose the proliferation for a moment. But that's fine. And then we do this again. Team kill if you know your teammates are okay with it. As long as everyone has permission, like it's among friends, like it doesn't matter. You know, it's just a game. You do what you play and have fun. The problem occurs when they do that to people who aren't on their pre-existing group of friends. You know, when they do it without consent, which is usually how they do it. Or at least, usually the complaint, when it becomes a complaint. It's like, oh no, we have people on the forums and the Reddit complaining about team killing. It's these players dropping howitzers on unsuspecting victims. So it's not good, but as long as everyone is okay with it, it's fine. Am I expanding this too much? Let me just say no. We are going to be wrapping it around. Alright. What am I saying? Too much? Can't expand too much? Nice. Can I not power those in? I can. Okay. It's close, but I can. This is fine. Alright. 2 and 3. We should have massive copper throughput here. Now, this will drain our copper ore reserves, and that's fine. I'm okay with this. Did you beat the space invasion the other day? You know, you did try to beat Lurtham the other day. Wouldn't know. I mean, they still exist out in the darkness, but as you can see, they have chunks missing out of their forces. So we damaged them heavily to the point where they are no longer able to recover. Like we've broken them. They are just a husk sitting there helpless, waiting to be overrun, and we are producing the Armada as we speak, necessary to break them. Are we ahead of the curve here? Not really. I mean, kinda sorta, but this should help. We're ahead of this now, so that's nice. This is necessary, but I am keen to leave it such that it isn't expanded as we expand the other methods, which are more efficient from a coal perspective. Like, this planetary base is just not growing. Just iron mountain. Well, that's not the point. The point is to do it all in one place, so I can have, so whenever something goes wrong, I don't have to go scouring other places. Like, I actively want to avoid doing it other places, so I know where everything is. It's why I'm not doing silicon here, I'm doing silicon on the other worlds. It's why all that other stuff is going around, so I don't have to worry about the production line breaking down and having to scour multiple solar systems to find the problem. I know exactly where things are at all points in time. You know, within reason. Obviously, this planet's a little bit dense, so it can be hard to find. It can be a little difficult to find things on this planet, but outside of that, one of these is full up. It's... Wow! You filled up. Okay. Well, the thing is, I didn't expect you to fill up. Your supply... I guess we're just not using them. You supply these and only these. You get out of here. And then you go into here. Ta-da! And all of the ones that escaped, all 7 of them, can go back into the system. Right. Get yoinked as it goes and flies through. The processors got sent off into here and immediately devoured. Which is not a surprise. Nice. Same attitude, more boxes. There's really nothing else I can do. It's not like I don't have another option but to just either delete them or store them elsewhere. It's not like, oh, just stop producing them. I can't stop producing them because these are here. Because these are the ones producing them. I can't utilize them elsewhere because they're already all being used elsewhere and have nothing else to do with them. It's difficult to spend them because, well, I'm already expending as many as I can, which is why we're storing them up. So I may as well just more box it because what else am I going to do? Wish you could place splitters directly on belts. That would be neat, but probably not functional based on the way this game is. Way belts work in this game. Because splitters necessarily have to go on grids, and belts do not fit on any grid in particular. Filter out the drop. I could filter out the drop. I don't want to, but I could do that. If it backs up again, then I will be filtering out the drop. Alright, so let's go inspect our destroyers, yeah? This is the input. We want output. Hello, Jonathan. Welcome in. Oh, no. We gotta get out because they get infinite range once you anger them. Unless that's been changed. I don't remember if that's been changed. I take out the planetary shields. Good. These are getting regenerated. conduit. This is fine. Is there a factory game with such a thing as overloading the power grid? Most factory games? Oh, I'm going to ask how do you define, what is your perception on what an overloaded power grid looks like? Should be the question I should ask you. That's the question I should ask you. When you say overloaded power grid, what does that look like in your brain? Why am I standing here losing power? Crafting anything? No. Okay, whatever. Oh, I was replenishing the... In too much power current running through the power lines. Making them go pop. I do not know any factory game in which your buildings will self-destruct if you attempt to put too much power through them. All factory games, to my knowledge, have some overloading mechanic. None of them explode, if that is what you're asking. Satisfactory, for example, has fuses that pop and they will shut down your power grid if you try to pull too much. Oxygen not included does that. That's true. Oxygen not included does that. You're correct. Breaking resistors and such. I've not seen something that breaks. The closest to that would be oxygen not included. Oxygen not included, not really an automation game, but it does have similar. That's very similar feel. Satisfactory has breakers that will pop, but those are just a matter of flipping it back on. I'm not aware of anything that like explodes, is which kind of way you're describing it. Most other games will, like the resistors won't explode. You just they just don't operate. It's like it shuts down or stops working, but it doesn't like explode. Did you see the new tweaks to the DH threat and drops? I did. I don't remember a lot of them, to be honest. I didn't find it like super interesting for the most part. It was more like fixes for things. Like saying, oh, this was obviously not working, or this was that. But the should be. I do have. It is. This is the current version of the game with the new update, and well, nothing meaningful has changed, but. Nothing significantly meaningful has changed. Nothing impactful that's going to change the way the game is played. Alright, so these are producing. Very slowly, but they are producing. And it's limited on reinforced thrusters. Let's see if we can't boost up reinforced thruster production. Kind of surprised we're staying ahead of the hydrogen here. Alright, reinforced thruster, where are you at? Why am I flying around when I could look around? Regular thruster. Fiber optic. Logistic. Some real basic stuff there. Got this line down to follow, which we haven't progressed down just yet. Surely I've so I've gone around the whole planet, didn't find them, which means they are somewhere on the planet, and I've looked at them, and I didn't see them with my eyes. Which is unfortunate. How are you moving hydrogen? How it's not escaping? You put it in a box, and then the box is immune to escaping because it is an inanimate object, and therefore you can move it. If anyone sees my thrusters, that would be great. Because I certainly don't. The reinforced thrusters specifically, not these guys. Here they are. Also, I see now why we're producing so few of them. Oh wow, oh boy. One machine. Yes, one machine. Which means it should be relatively easy to re-find it. Yeah, it's right here. It stands out. Now that I know what I'm looking for. Alright, so you, sir, need to be some you need adjustment. Not you. You're overkill. This one machine is overkill. This one machine, on the other hand, not overkill. You actually do. Alright, let's get some upgrades going. Ta-da! Easy ramp up. Done. New to the patch notes, and there was only buffs to the combat drones. Yeah, they are looking to do that. No there's plenty of asset management screens. Plenty of asset management screens. It's just none of them will bring you to any particular place, which is any particular structure which is producing such things. Like, oh look, I'm producing 275-ish electromagnetic turbines per minute and consuming 241. Where? I don't know, but those are things doing. Also, hello there, Greg. Welcome in. Let's see which ones are bottlenecked by this. Like electric motors, we're consuming more than we're producing, which is not surprising. Same thing with gears, which is a little surprising, actually. It can ramp up gear production. What are we doing with gears? What are we doing with gears? Circuit boards, barely ahead of consumption. Particle broadband, we're consuming more than twice as we're producing. That's not going to change in the near future. The sulfuric acid is a problem. We're only producing 160 arbitrary acid units per minute, which is problem. But yeah, that's going pretty well. We have boosted our reinforced thruster production to 14 per minute, which is nice. Can you believe this game studio only has 5 people? So I know, dude. This game is very good. It's very good. I am amazed at the quality of the content, and I'm very happy with it. Of course, it's here. Like, very happy with it. Oh, Armada power pulse. Speaking of content, now the destroyers are going a bit faster. We're almost ready to re-engage the madness that is looming over our base here. Alright, you like this? More of this, please. And next. Alright, so we will output 2 more of these. It does not matter which is which, in so much both are active. So we will put them both in here. Like, they just had an update out for the game today, which fixed and adjusted many of the issues that it had with the major Dark Fog update, which is nice. It's nice to see. Let's go ahead and increase this buffer here somewhat. Up to... we'll just double it. Just so we can keep through the throughput. We are limited on electromagnetic turbines, which I should not be surprised about. I forget, are those where our gears are going into? No. Maybe. It was basic copper, which was the shortage up until we expanded. It's more than a 3/4 times, that's true. But I mean, this game is just gorgeous. It hits all the right things that Factorio does, but is also gorgeous on top of it. And it has space, which is beautiful. Alright, so aside from sulfuric acid, I wanted to check on gear production, which should be right around here with the rest of the basics, or the other half of the basics. With the massive array of stuff. Here we go. Gears. Iron ingot input is fine. It's just the throughput in general. Alright. Time to upgrade. How much upgraded material do we have? Oh, we're gonna need some more. Let's go ahead and grab some more. Just grab some more from the giant mall over here. I really need to find a better way of locating items. I think I found out why we're not... I just figured out why we're not, producing more than we're consuming. It's because we don't have... We can't consume it fast enough, so... no, tower defense, kinda sorta. Kinda sorta. We do have some tower defense, but not a lot of tower defense. These need to be upgraded. We do have a little bit. I can show you what's on this planet, for example. So the enemies will invade planets. As we can see here, they're attempting to grow. And what I've done here is I'm baiting them all into this particular spot, which is well equipped to handle their nonsense. Fortunately, just like Minecraft zombies, they drop goodies, which I am then collecting here via this radius, and sending it into a giant filtering array, which has a bunch of planetary logistics systems, which then sends the objects out to the rest of the world for usage. So we see them coming around. You see it sending off another couple drones worth of stuff. So this is here. We have been invaded literally hundreds of times, which is, you know, exciting. But the main objective, at least for me right now, is to clear them out of the sky, which they're currently not hovering around us. But if we go into this view, we should be able to see them in the background. There we go. You can see them just off to the left here. Giant evil hostility. Okay. To remember that the enemies, you didn't watch this about a year ago. They were recently added. By recently added, I mean within the last 2 weeks. Joy of early access games. They have new content drops every so often. So I've been doing another playthrough. They've been teasing this. They've been teasing this update for quite some time. So I'm very, very happy to see it currently active. To have actual enemies to face against in here? Like, yes, please. Okay. More basic sorters. A fun feature they just added today is you can see all the drops that the enemies make. So you can future-proof your farm setup. Yes. While it was cool to try to, you know, figure out what they drop as they drop it, it's nice to see the list. It's very nice to see the list. There we go. Everything's all powered up. Oh, there was a spot. I already put a spot in here, so I didn't have to do the... It's fine. It's fine. All of this additional stuff, and we're still not quite keeping up with the throughput. I mean, to be fair, it's going to take a moment before it actually fills up whatever buffers. The bonus magnet should help with a lot of things here. Okay, so this wasn't drained. So we were low on the magnet production, but we weren't critically low on the magnet production. Let's boost it a little bit higher. There. Ta-da! How are we on? Oh. Well, we're keeping up with it. Barely. We're down to 8 drones, but that's fine. Okay. I know a lot of people have been asking for multiplayer in this game. You know, it would be nice to have just any amount of co-op, so you know you could show off to your friends your current situations. I know some people have like 9 Dyson spheres like fully done in this game, which is ridiculous, by the way. Like absolutely ridiculous. There are co-op mods for it. That's true, there are. Get out of the inventory. So before we actually engage the Dark Fog in Mortal Kombat, we do need to increase our power production. Would anyone choose processing speed if extra product gives the same total output rate? It doesn't. Processing speed massively boosts. There's a massive boost for processing speed. You consider we have no power problems on this planet. This is multiple gigawatts worth of renewable power. Like we're not relying on like solar panels or anything. It's pure geothermal, so it's constant. And here's another example of a geothermal power plant that's not even connected to the grid. We have excess power to the point where I don't know what to do with it all. And it's just, power is not a concern like, at all. We haven't even started doing Dyson Sphere stuff yet. Like typically you would want to start your Dyson Sphere early so you can get free power, but thought it was 12.5% either way for the T1 buffs. No. It's a lot more than that. Let's see. Production speed, it's double production speed up at 25% extra product, and in T1 it's 12% extra product for 25% production speed. Or 25% production speed. Create some antimatter and give it to the Dark Fog. I mean, once we get the Dark Fog missile, or the antimatter missiles, that'll be a thing. But first, I need to increase our power production. Probably via deuterium fuel rods? Probably via deuterium fuel rods. You can via plasma weapons. You can. I'm thinking. Is there a better fuel rod for us to work with here? I don't like burning these, but I think we're not going to get better fuel production until we get into the antimatter, which is not going to happen for quite some time. So deuterium is probably the way to go. Also, just put geothermal plants in lava flows. You need more power. That's true. Though at this point, we're just gonna consume and devour the sun itself. Why Dyson Sphere? Why not geothermal sphere? What's the difference? We should be outputting geothermal. I mean outputting deuterium on other worlds. And by should, I mean I'm pretty certain I already configured it to do that. So I don't have to worry about it. Which means I can just request deuterium here in substantive amounts. Remote demand? Yes. Wait, who is the Dark Fog here? I mean, we're literally the same... we are the same gray goo that they are, just somewhat more human-shaped. This has been established as part of lore. They are us. Just, an older version. We are the new version. They haven't received their updates yet. They turned off Microsoft updates, so they don't get the new version. You connected to something. Nope, no you're not. Okay, so you require deuterium in substantial amounts. I'll bring you up to here. You require titanium alloy in not so substantial amounts. And you require these blue magnet rings. You need power to the grid. And you need blue paint. And demand with a helping of drones. Okay. Alright, have a good night, Flaming Fox. Good luck out there. These things are produced in an assembler. Yes, they are produced in an assembler. I don't need many of these. I think we'll just stick with 2. For now. And then another planetary over here. Just to get it going. We can expand this later if necessary, but I doubt they will be necessary because these are near strictly for me and me alone. So it's just a matter of I only need to stop by and pick them up every, I don't know, several hours. So this is not a significant feat here. Right, Deuteron fuel rods with a power unit. You hold Deuteron power units. 800. And we add it to the export grid. $800 of them. Okay. Will tomorrow's stream be? Probably later than usual. I do have my father's events to go to, so that will likely take time away from what the usual stream would be. Let's see, let me do 1, 2, 3, and 4. When exactly it will be, I don't actually have an answer for you. Because I don't know how long the times is. I don't know what the time is going to look like when I return from my father's event. he didn't output. Alright, so we take these out of here, plug them back into here. They all get painted. There we go. Alright, that is a lot of power in one place. You'll have to see it. Shove you back to here where you belong. I can keep it. It'll get used. We're still struggling to produce titanium alloy, but that is because we are also struggling to produce acid, the crafting ingredient necessary for it. To do green orb item on the right side of the item screen. Green orb item on the right side of the item screen. If you're referring to this, this is the gravity matrix, which is green science. If you're referring to this, this is the plasma capsule, which is the ammunition for the plasma cannon. You have a warp protect to ship acid from an acid planet. That is on the list of things for me to do, yes. That's partially why we haven't expanded it so far. So why expand our acid production? We can harvest it from another world. So we're getting some deuteron fuel here. This can replace our hydrogen fuel cells, and then we don't have to worry about things so much. Plasma capsule sounds exciting. I mean, it seems like a pretty good weapon to me. Okay, we have set you to output here, which I have a whopping 56 of them. More importantly, I can get 200 destroyers, which is the maximum we fit here. I want this space fleet to be finished. This way we can get a third space fleet, or a fourth space fleet. Destroyer, destroyer, destroyer. Where are our corvettes? You're taking a while to research. It is indeed taking a while to research. I can always just spam corvettes if problems start to happen, but alright, so I no longer need these here. We are now going over to these guys. I guess I'll just burn these off because I can. But we'll swap on over to deuterons when we are good and ready to engage. We should be about ready to engage. It's We can do at least a trial run. Yeah, because this is all the destroyers we have available to us at the moment. Before we do the trial run, I would like to get this upgrade. And this one is... I'm not sure what the bottleneck is here. I can check by going to production, entire cluster. Let's put all science on 3 so I can gaze at it like this. The bottleneck... Yellow science? I think the bottleneck is actually green science. But if we sit here for long enough, we'll see it. Why is science so slow? I'm not sure which one's bottlenecking. Is low throughput? I'm thinking it's low throughput based on green science being bottlenecked on fiber optic cable production. As we notice, everything is spooling up, but all of these spooled up after green science started. So green science started, and then everything else reacted to green science starting by spooling up. So something changed in our green science which enabled it to start, and now science has stopped again. Why? Let's restart it again. I genuinely do not know. Why is it spooling up now? Yellow is below consumption? They're all going to be below consumption. They will especially be below consumption if they are not being produced, which will happen when the others are out of... The others are, what's the word? When the others are out of resources and stop being produced. So, because it won't be consumed anymore. Let's check to see. So I do have space warpers here. We are outputting space warpers and where's space warper output? Missile turret, space warpers here. So we can just kind of send space warpers to other places and do space warp things, which means we can do acid pretty easily. Let's check to see if there's a nearby system which has acid in it. We have Grading Crystal Fire Ice. This place is infested. Ocean type ice. No. Interesting that there's fire ice on the planet. You don't see that every day. It says fire ice in the gas giant. There's only one planet here. Interesting. Okay. We do have acid oceans here. This place is infested as well. Lots of fire ice near in this generation. Is there any of these which is not infested? Or are they just all infested? Stalagmite crystal. Haven't seen that in a while. You can't see out this far. Okay, so we are going to have to fight them off regardless of where we go. Let's go inspect science to see what's going on with that. You soon. Like, I can theoretically right now just engage the fleet and order them to assault this, and they will probably come close to being victorious. But I want to hit them harder, and we're close to doing so. Very close to doing so. Alright, what's going on here? Main science tower. Where are you? It's green. Called it. Alright, so where is green production? Right here. Green production is bottlenecked on processing speed. It's going to be processing speed, and it looks like also graviton lenses. We can fix the processing speed half of that real easy. Out of iron ingots. Once we get these going, processing speed won't be a problem. You're anxious the incoming battle? I'm not. I'm very confident we are going to exterminate them. Finally have a planet all to yourself. That's gotta feel exciting. That's gotta feel real exciting. So we will absolutely run out of graviton lens production by doing this. Still farming on your homeworld, though? Hey, that's probably the way to go about it, yeah? And so how many more do we fit here? 3? Let's work off of the assumption that it's 3. Just farm them something fierce. Alright, so this will devour our graviton lenses to the point where we don't have any. Graviton lenses, however, are not being produced on this planet. I believe. Yeah, it's strange matter. We're importing graviton lenses. So in order to do graviton lenses, how do we craft graviton lenses? Graviton lenses certainly Acquire products from this planet. Strange matter. Yes. Let's check our strange matter production. We're producing a solid 30 per minute, which is not many. Not many at all. We're not consuming them, question mark? Let's check strange matter. Because I find it unlikely that we're not producing them fast enough, so much as strange matter is constrained. So let's go to strange matter production, which is likely this far side of the world. Believe right here. Yeah, we are limited on strange matter production. Okay, so in order to get more strange matter, we need more of these miniature particle colliders. Why do I ever look through this main thing when I can go over here and look at this? All I'm missing is the frameworks. And I have enough CPUs and graphic. All I'm missing is the frame material. So if I were to get 80 more frame material, I could double this, which I'm going to do. Hello? Import frame material, please. Items. Frame material. 100 and remote demand. 600 works too. This game really needs search bars on all these screens. That would be neat. Or just a better layout for the UI. No proliferating strange matter? Not at the moment, no. It's only particle colliders. It's only particle colliders and deuterium. Deuterium is infinite. Iron is... I'm not interested in proliferating it for this. And particle containers just aren't that expensive. Meh. I would rather proliferate the electromagnetic turbines, which we use for other things. As you guys have seen the consequences of not having those. Ta-da! almost done. Give me a second. Oh no, I'm out of belts. Does that matter? It does matter. Because I need Mark 3s for the deuterium. Oh well, time for them to drown me in belts again. Yay! You found the new feature, go into flying mode, then mine a resource. No, thank you. So we can use tier 1s for all of these, except for the deuterium one. And it does matter which one goes where. Particle containers for this one. And you are Mark 1 output. You are iron ingots. And then you must be Mark 3. Out here with deuterium. This will get us some more throughput. So this will double our throughput here, which is nice. That'll bring us up to about 1 per second. Since I'm here, I should eradicate some other junk that's around here. Do I have any extraneous planetaries? No. This is good. This is good. This needs to all go away. Literally all of it. How many are in here? Oh no. Oh no. Okay. Okay. Well, we deleted some of it. I'll have to bring it back to the other world. This is the most valuable stuff I can bring back, so I'm going to bring this back. This should result in... could it interest you at 100,000 foundation? You cannot, actually. I have probably at least that much, and I don't know what to do with it. But we are producing more green, which should speed this along nicely. When we're producing green consistently, this tech will complete in like 3 minutes, but we are not producing green consistently. So it'll take a few minutes longer than 3 minutes. I mean, it does look rather pretty to just sit here and watch this. It's just we're operating off of we're only operating out of 2 of these, which is not many of these. Should I do more strange matter? I should probably do more strange matter. Oh, this is where the blue was, or the green was. We found it. You should no longer be requesting green. You are not requesting green. You just never used the green because this is not active for anything. Okay, understandable. Going to put blue here. Planet's low on energy? Is it? Is it though? Entire star cluster, was it? You're correct. Local planet. It's fine. Planet is fine. It is a little low, but it is okay. Let's see, what else can I shove into this pocket? Welcome back, we're still playing. I wanted to craft 4 more of these. I need graphite. What's a soil pile? That shows some time on the bottom right. We're at 85.9 million soil piles is what that's showing. It's kind of a lot of soil piles. Like a lot of soil piles. Nice and clean. Head back to the other side, see if we can't add one more. Which power do these take to run? Oh, you're not running. You're out of particle containers? Oh my god. Okay, fine. We're going to head back. We're gonna deal with it. But we also have space. So we're now the limiting factor is particle containers, which is probably limited by the electromagnetic turbines, which is its own separate problem. So let's go deal with that. Let's deal with this later. Gotta work bottom up with these things. Hello, Forge World. We are returning to you once again. You're missed. Alright, brand new space fleet opportunities. Let's go over here. We select you. We have 4 space fleets, all of which have 3 destroyers in it. So we get to a whopping 12 destroyers. And when we're ready to use them, we will be swapping over to the other fuel type. Okay, so which one of you is constructing my... I don't need these in my inventory anymore. Get out. Create a new planet with all that soil. At the way this is going, wouldn't be surprised. You are lacking... Yeah, it's the strange matter, so we successfully remotely troubleshot that, so... We're back over here producing particle containers. I did want to inspect other things, because we should have, in terms of production, if we're to Mark IIs. Because we should be overflowing with Mark III production. We should be overflowing Mark III proliferator, so we should be able to start proliferating other things. Like, for example, these guys. Because we're already proliferating both of these. And this would be nice to proliferate. As those just immediately got devoured. Let's set up proliferation here. Proliferate. Demand. Where is our other proliferator production? Here. Excellent. You go in here. Thank you. Guess YouTube did away with the free super chats. Yeah, I believe so, yes. Part of me wishes we could build other planet scale megastructures like ring worlds, and like, that would be cool. That would certainly be cool. So, in order to proliferate this, we need a couple more. 3 more of these. And 4. And I'll output... Oh, you are not in the right place. We shall output here. Across. So now we're proliferating these, which should assist in both output and resource efficiency, because we're struggling for all of these things. I should also invest into another just entire helping of this. Let's do this now while I'm here. Input, input, output, okay. Does not matter which, in so much as they are both active. Bum, bum, bum. Go nuts. Also proliferate this stuff, please. How? Okay. So that should boost our production, among other things. Get some more of this going. We're still going to be starved on it, but at least it's, you know, better than what we had early moments ago. Nice. Next. You think this game is called Dyson Sphere Program or something? I know. Yeah, it would be cool to build other megastructures, but it is also a thing where it's like, what other megastructure would you be building? I could see a ring world, but it would just be redundant with regular worlds, because all you would use it for is making a giant forge world, which cool, but also not super game changing. Like, it wouldn't have any notable gameplay effects, you know? How many units have you killed so far? They added combat. I don't know. Let's see. Combat. Total. There's your total. It looks like the stats did indeed start it looks like the stats started tracking a long time ago, but 93,000 raiders, which is a lot of raiders. That's a lot. 52 planetary bases have been killed. Okay, so the next item I'm looking for is the oh, these take strange matter? No wonder. Particle containers. Particle containers. Particle container. Where art thou? Kind of pinkish material. I really should redesign Forge World such that there's an order to these things. That way I know I can just look down a reference sheet and just pick up where the items are instead of them being placed effectively randomly. Yeah, so we were bottlenecked on electromagnetic turbines, and I guarantee we're still bottlenecked on them. We are currently operating at full speed, but only because I dumped, I don't know, 1,000 of these into it. And we're slowly draining through that. Not so slowly draining through it. Not so slowly draining through it. Even now, it's not requesting more because there are no more to request. So it is just bottlenecking on the turbines for the moment. And when we fix the turbine problem, I can come over here and expand this out. Because I don't particularly want to expand it out right now. Because that would just be a waste of my time. Let's see. So this needs to be expanded further is what I'm seeing here. Not that it matters, because we are again bottlenecked on electronic motors. Okay, back to electric motors for like the 6th time. The 2nd time. Why are you bottlenecked? We're struggling for iron ingots, but I'm pretty certain that's not the issue. Because they are all operating at maximum speed. We are simply not sufficiently... Just need more. We need more of these produced. That's it. We just need more of these. That's all there is to it. Okay. Graphene. We did it, team. We got run out of all of these. You're farming a base so hard it's running out of energy while still having a relay. Oh ho ho, boy. That's wait, how? My bases don't like the base I have here. I mean, I guess they're probably just more aggressive on the harder difficulty, but this base is run out of this base runs out of matter and then stops producing units. I'm guessing it just produces that much matter. So if you see here, it runs out of matter and then can't do anything else. Doesn't help that I'm also destroying those buildings as they get produced, but you know. The motor and chip change are the ones that seem like never enough production. Yeah. Put a signal tower behind your laser turrets, it spawns a lot faster. It doesn't, at least not mine, because they've already run out of... It would spawn faster if it had the ability to spawn faster. Like, even if I physically go over there and touch it, it doesn't spawn things. Because it doesn't have the resource to do so. It costs units to make units. This is true even for them. And if you slaughter them to the point where they have no resources left, then they physically stop spawning things. Which is a significant part of the reason why the space fleet up top, up in space, has not done anything for a long while. It has run out of... material, and thus is not repairing things. Our victory in this system is inevitable because of that. It's just a matter of time. So I need 3 items out of here. I can run it through here and run the loop out here. What? Alright, so we need gears on the outside line. That's this line. We need iron on the inside line. And we need... magnets on the inside upper line. So magnets, iron, and then this will be gears. And what we need is another one of these coming out the back for blue. And I need some more sprayers. Need a third sprayer. Is all of this getting sprayed? Attach the sprayer here, here, and here. This is going to be quite the task to select this, isn't it? Alright, we need to delete these. We need to slide them back one. Nope. Slide them forward. Alright, let's see what else we can do. Let's get this guy into here. Let's get this guy into here and this guy into here. Now I just need to get these set here. Ideally like this. And now I have this belt wrap around. You don't need to be Mark 3. Mark 1 will suffice. You wrap all the way around. Like so. Good. Proliferator temporary shutdown, but that should not be a big problem. And let's see, it's magnets, iron, gears. Magnets, iron, gears. Ta-da! And you're already running in? Yes, yes you are. Sweet! That'll be a nice boost in productivity here. Next. I was hoping to get some more of these upgrades, because this gives us, you know, like more HP, more damage, and such. That's a lot of green science, which is, you know, bottlenecked by other things, namely this guy. Alright, so I'm pretty certain we are now bottlenecked on iron. We are bottlenecked on iron now. Just basic iron ingots. Let's ramp you up to... No, that's not going to do anything. What we need is iron ingot production. So we still have... We have power here. Let's upgrade drones a little bit. A drone power here. Alright, so we still have drones here, and they all have power, which means that we're missing iron ingot production. which means let's go visit iron ingot production. Iron ingot production. What are you looking like? Not enough. What are you looking like? Enough. So, it is literally just we are not doing enough iron ingots. All of this, and it's not enough. What that means, it's time to upgrade. We can do a little bit more fleshing out to these sides. How many belts do we have? Mark 3 belts. Not enough. We have produced a whopping 8 destroyers since we last picked up. Since the last batch of destroyers we collected. Which is not many destroyers. I need these to run into here. I need this to run into here. Maybe an issue later on. I need you to run into here. Some more basic sorters. Gimme. That is not going to fit here due to not enough space on the side. Excellent. We can work with that. Mild boosted production. Give it a moment. All right. More power. Love to see it. This will boost our iron throughput substantially. The only thing I could do is add another line down here. This is a lot of smelteries, and we are using all of them. Using all of them and then some. Our ore is keeping up for now. That's cool. Power on this planet is still okay. It has been ramping up substantially. It's never enough. It is indeed never enough. These are okay. All of this is okay. This is surprisingly fine. Again, the acid is a problem for these. That's a separate issue. I should probably go invade another system. Just so I can get acid set up. And then just hold that planet and don't really care what happens beyond it. And we'll need power for the other system is the problem. And unless we capture a dark fog base for geothermal, we'll need to have a power solution. It is kind of mesmerizing to watch all these lights just go. That is, that's for sure. God, so many belts, so much input, and it's just not enough. Shipping accumulators. That's what I'm thinking. I could set up more accumulator production. Ship them in. Alternatively, I could just do the usual thing of a bunch of wind turbines around the polar cap. Like just claim a polar cap, ton of wind turbines, or solar panels. One of the two. Thing is, I would want something like an energy shield around it. Stop the space hive from doing things. And the mega wattage on the planetary shield's a bit much. Again, I guess I could probably ignore the... I probably can just ignore the space hive, probably. You know, let's just assume we ignore the space hive. We get a ring of wind turbines. We get either wind or solar. We get missiles shipped in. We get... yeah, it would just be missiles. Whatever basic ingredients run off of wind turbines. And then... what does it cost the idle for these? It should be about it, really. A couple hundred megawatts of, or just like even just like 80 megawatts of wind turbine be enough, and we just harvest all of the materials from water pumps. Spew it back to where it belongs, where we need it. That should dramatically help with most things like graphene production as well as later tier stuff. Once we have acid production, well, acid import, and clean it up with some clean up everything else. But I think more interestingly, we can actually go invade space. What do you guys say? We've got a handful of extraneous destroyers here. We've got these things working much better than they were before. So we've got throughput now. The biggest limiting factor on this is probably going to be the acid. And I'm into starting a bit of a ruckus with the space fog. What do you guys say? You like that idea? I like that idea. Let's put these proliferated back real quick. Let's not put the proliferated back real quick because I'm probably gonna reload the save anyways. You know, just to see what's going on with them. Where are my new batteries? Here they are. All right. This is a good world to drag them back to. How far are they? Glass World is likely going to be close to the firing line here. But let's go. Oh, they now have the ability to determine whether or not you attack the relay station. That's nice. Alright, we're in combat. Whew. 100 units down. We, got a lot of hostility coming in here. They appear to be aggravating the turrets, but their numbers are dropping, and they are dropping fast. This is surprisingly effective. We are draining power. I like the happy hunting. Holy smokes. Most of their swarm units are just gone. How many units do we have left? We still have 100 destroyers in the bank, so we're halfway through our military. I still dislike that we have to trickle them in one by one, but the Dark Fog is down to 70 units from the 400 plus they had before. Highly effective. It isn't highly effective, it's just the only strategy we have because we can't control our units. So that is that. More importantly, you guys go over there. Get on the turrets. We're damaging the base, like, directly. The problem I see is that we're going to run out of power here. So let's return to Forge World. Or at least start heading that way. Because, this is looking quite successful. They still have a couple turrets left, but they straight up have 0 units remaining. We're gonna land and recharge, and then jump right back out there to finish them off. Give me charger. Hey, we just got plus 30% HP on all of our units. Nice. Although those resources floating in space are useless debris. Useless debris. We cannot collect things from space. So that did cost us substantial amounts of our units. In fact, we went from 200 down to 26, which is painful, but it is enough to finish off this last bit, because they literally have no units left. All they have is some turrets, and well, even those are damaged. Let's go. All units. Engage. Isn't it pretty? I think that's it. Our units aren't taking damage anymore. I think we've destroyed all their turrets. They have nothing left. Guys, we did it. We broke the Dark Fog Hive. Let's... return a few of you guys. So I can get in close, and you know what, let's return everyone because they don't have any turrets left. Let's do this. Yeah, there we go. I can re-enable if we get into trouble. So we got photon receivers which generate energy just constantly, you know, solar panels. We got the Dark Fog Hive itself, which is just shy of, which is new to level 10, constantly generating energy itself. It's got 1 relay station, 0 seeds. It has how much matter? 14 matter, which is effectively 0. It's got some terajoules of fuel in it. Hasn't been damaged yet. Photon receiver, humpback port, which used to produce the humpback space unit. Let's see, it's insufficient power to do anything. Built during the early phase, freely Hive, suitable for protecting Hive during the early phase. It's just so those are military unit production. Let's see, we have some bridges. Look like the conveyor belts. Photon receiver. Lance ports. Lancer arrays surrounding the Hive, commonly observed in the vicinity. These are military unit production. They produce Lancers. Photon receiver, photon receiver. Lots of power, lots of unit producers. Seed node. Starting point and cornerstone of the Hive expansion. These nodes contain plentiful benchmarks. That's a phase laser tower under construction. They're producing more. These are nodes which can then become structures later, is what they are. Alright. So that's cool. Yeah. So they expand with bridges and seed nodes, which then become additional structures and as needed. Alright, let's re-engage. This feels good. And Hive is broke, has been for a long time, but now it's broke and broken. Makes me happy. Alright, so we're breaking the central core, which doesn't appear to cause the rest of the stuff to immediately break. but I can only imagine it fails to operate properly. Photon receivers are still producing photons. Yeah, core has been destroyed. They're getting a lot of levels for this. Are hydrofuels worth getting? They seem quite the hustle. You struggle reliably to produce hydrogen, and gas harvesting takes ages. Well, I don't have an issue with producing too much hydrogen. I tend to not use those for fuel unless I'm doing the space stuff. And now that I'm doing space combat, I'm doing it explicitly because I need the extra power production in order to sustainably utilize units. Because units cost your power, your personal power, in order to operate, which is a problem when you have low power production. As if you have low power production, then, well, you can't feed your units. Okay, so this has been destroyed, which means I don't know what that means for the farm back on Forge World. Let's go inspect. For mech energy? Yes, for mech energy. Like I have been using the energy shards from the Dark Fog just because they're free. But I needed to upgrade from those in order to use units, which we need in order to, deal with the base. So there's no more Dark Fog in this system. At least not in space anyways. We still have some Dark Fog on this planet, and I would like to inspect the Dark Fog on this planet. See what's going on here, because we do have a relay here which is generating energy still. It is still generating energy, and it has matter in it, and it's simply operating. And if that's the case, yay, combat drone attack speed. Then this should still operate, because this still has energy. It's consuming 6 megawatts. This is producing 4 megawatts. So that's not a net positive thing, but this thing is producing matter and consuming matter faster. It's consuming matter faster than it's producing it. So this looks like it will remain active for so long as this guy exists, giving it energy. Alright, good to know. So for so long as this guy exists, we can have this active, it would seem. There's likely to come a point when it fails to upkeep sufficiently, because this does not produce more energy than this base consumes. So this base will inevitably run to 0 energy and then be both starved on energy and on matter, but that's not right now. God, just looking at that. Well, that was satisfying. It was very satisfying. I'm happy. I'm very happy. We have no more dark fog here, which means all these planetary shields, all this stuff, all these rockets, all these missiles, no longer necessary. There's no more space hive. Oh, that feels good, guys. Guys, that feels so good. Save. 11. We did it. We beat the space hive. Now we can just go do whatever we want, which is mostly ramping up production of everything else to start working toward the Dyson Sphere. Because we do have Dyson Sphere tech unlocked, we just haven't done anything with it because it didn't want to piss off the space hive. But we can turn this place into a Dyson Sphere hub, which would be cool. Good day at the office. A very, very good day at the office is what it is. Limiting factor here is acid. Everything is limited by acid. I should not be surprised by this. These are constantly producing, but there's not much to do about that, really. Can a new space hive spawn? Yes! Yes. Which makes me wonder if I can shut these down, planetary shields. Because I no longer need these active, and they take a lot. Does anyone know if we can disable planetary shield generators on a planet, just in general?
Warning, nuclear launch detected.
Nuclear launch! Nuclear launch. Coming in from Anonymous. With the 100, the absolute megaton. How you doing? Yes. Science, well, you guys have seen it. All it took was a massive array of destroyers pushed into the lot, and it was enough to break them. I'm very okay with this. Very, very okay with this. Okay. I'm so excited I don't want to do other things. I just want to relish in it for a moment. This felt good. So we've been playing on this world for 51, almost 52 hours now. Which is a long time, but I've been taking it slow because I want to. I would have liked to see... I would have liked this thing to grow faster, but I guess I shouldn't complain too much. This is the normal difficulty. We don't want most people to get overrun by things. So what do you guys say? Do we go build a Dyson Sphere? Spend another 24 hours on that? Or do we crank this up to the hardest difficulty and get things going? Like, going fiercely. Because, I'm leaning toward hard difficulty. And this world will be here. We could always... These planets will be here. For later. Near system. Kimberlite, fire ice, crude oil. organic crystal can be harvested directly, which is interesting. Water difficulties only feel hard for the first 2-3 hours, understandable. This world looks interesting to me. Or this system looks very interesting to me. It does have some dark fog on it. You roll for hard? Understandable. Let's see, luminosity. This is not a good Dyson Sphere world, but this is a great world for a great system for harvesting things. As we get sulfuric acid here. So much rare materials, seriously. And I could go break that hive too. But I will need acid for that. Current acid production isn't enough to rebuild our destroyer fleet just yet. Explore the black hole system. I do want to do that at some point. We're not quite there yet. I think we start the sphere. We have to get the infrastructure set up for that. Spheres require an entire different production chain that we haven't started doing yet. For spheres, we need to set up solar sails. We need to set up frame materials, Dyson Sphere components, small carrier rockets. We need an array of EM rail ejectors and an array of vertical launch sites. We have none of any of these things with the exception of the frame materials. So it's going to take a long time. And what's more is they require things like, all of this requires things like a titanium alloy, which is kind of a lot. For that, we'd also want acid. We can do a planetary invasion. Collect some acid. Sounds like a good plan to me. Can only hold 20 space warpers? Ew. Didn't realize that. Let's see. I'll do. Make a small sphere or a big? Probably small on this in this system, because I don't need. Probably won't even complete it. We just need like a solar panel to fuel the rest of Forge Worlds and really anywhere else to drop power, and then we'll build a big sphere elsewhere. Yeah, it's the strange matter which is limiting everything. Which is in turn limited by particle containers, which is in turn limited by the turbines. Okay. What equipment do we have and what do we need? Could use some more iron ingots. We've got most of the stuff loaded out over here, but I'm going to fill up my pockets again as we get ready to move. for the next world, it was which one of these? Not this one. Not this one. Not this one. Beta Corvi pin. Beta Corvi 1. Was this the same place? Fire ice, grading crystal, crude oil, organic crystal. Yeah, it is. Okay. Can work with this. Are space warpers being made directly from lenses? Yes, yes they are. I think that we can float around like a transformer demigod, forming the world as we see fit. Something like that. Oh, I went over to this map to determine what the preferred energy type is here. It's solar. Solar is the preferred type. Quantum chip is 8x more lens efficient, and Incursus complaining of lacking lenses because I'm also complaining about lacking quantum chips. These are not. This is not like an objectively better thing. I don't do this because I don't have quantum chips. Remember the whole thing where we're literally bottlenecked on green science? To then say, oh, let's do an entirely new green science chain so that I can convert it into warpers, a product we're not even using. It just doesn't work for me. Remember the whole thing last stream where we don't have enough quantum chips to operate anything? We spent most of this stream fixing half of it and only barely got there. To then turn around and take some of our green science and turn it into warpers, a unit we're not using, or a material we're not using at all, is anything but efficient. I need to craft solar panels. Which is this building, this button. There we go. Blowing through the silicon here. Alright, that should do it. So we'll have solar panels. We will need to set up not mining facility machines, but maybe we can fleet of Corvettes, if you just have them lying around. I would rather not use them at all, because they're kind of garbage. They trade unfavorably against the Dark Fog. When you can have like a maximum of 30 Corvettes versus upwards of 400 Dark Fog, and you lose on the one-on-one with Corvettes, it's just not great. I'd rather just not use them. Like, I have them, so I can use them. I would just rather not use them, and just they're in case of emergency kind of stuff. Alright, so we've got some power to work with. I require... what else? Some of these. We have these logistics. We have drones, question mark? We have plenty of drones. I want you specifically out of my inventory. There you are. Don't really need graphite. We've got belts and water pumps. That's good. Restock on stone. Restock on iron too. Is there anything else I need to restock on? Just while I'm here. Titanium. Probably restock on these. I'm looking for titanium, and this should be outputting titanium, yes? Here it is. Also need some basic copper. That should be about all I could need. I'll take missile turrets with me, because if I request missile turrets, it's gonna be a mess. Like, they're gonna give me 600 at a minimum, and it's gonna be deeply unpleasant. I don't want that. When I could just take him out there with me. 50 is sufficient. Missiles I won't take with me, because I gotta import them anyways. I've got planetary, logistic stations, interstellar. Let me bring another interstellar with me. We are up to 60 orbital collectors, which is nice. Seven laser turrets is cool, cool. We've got 5 geothermal power stations. So I think it's time that we just, go. Objective setup acid. I don't have acid configured to import anywhere, so it will be not selected. And the moment we enable it, it won't be used. We'll just have to trust. It's time to invade. What is this all about here? Fractal silicon and fire ice. Great. Let's go, team. Yay, combat drone. 3, 2, 1, engage. I go fast. We're off. Alright, just land, start recovering power. Land on 5 different planets. Neat. Okay, so what does this planet look like? I got this over here. Titanium, got some goodies. I'm looking for acid, which is this stuff over here. There's not a whole lot of it around. But what there is around, we need. This is looking like the best bet. Conveniently next to the South Pole. Let's go to the South Pole. Too much of a planet 93k Foundation can cover. Oh. Is this... This is not what I was looking at, but it's close. Alright, so first off, let's burn some hydrogen instead of this, because I don't need the bonus right now. Get us that faster recovery. Around and around and around we go. This will get us enough power to get started with things. All right. First one of these comes online. Now for here we need missile input, just missiles in general. Basic missiles will do. You're an item, not a building. Missile. 1200 remote demand. You need warpers as well. kind of important. Buildings, items, warpers, warper. Space warper. 600 is overkill, but sufficient. Remote demand. We need to have you here. You can get maximum of these because it's the only one that's going to be on this planet. What else do we need? It's probably about 8, yeah. Power local planet, 31 megawatts. Good enough. Let's add a battlefield base here to cover all of this. Power you. Crank up the amount. I don't think you need to crank up the match charging power for this. May as well. No, it's more than our current load can handle. Space warpers are here, which means we now get missiles incoming. And now a ring of missiles goes around here. We need to put the belts first. Otherwise it becomes obnoxious to do this. This should be more than enough missiles to stave off this for an incredibly long time. Okay. Covered about a third of the planet. Oh no. That's a lot of the planet necessary to cover with this, for foundations, yeah? Alright, so this is all here. Let's see. Consumption demand is 500. Oh, it's because it's still charging this. This is why. Once this fills up with full charge, then it'll stop demanding so much. But we are generating a lot of threat by what we're doing right now. So next up, now that we have a foothold here, is to devour as much acid as possible. Put it into a planetary, and then skip it over here. Alternatively, we can put it on a conveyor belt because we don't have to go very far. I think we'll do that. Skip the planetary step entirely. Okay. Don't know how much this is going to produce per minute, but we'll find out. We're at Adam? No. we'll need a few things. We will need a battlefield base and a range extender. So you go here. And a battlefield base right next to it. Oh, here will do fine. There we go. Okay, now power for all. And now, how much per minute? 70 per minute. This is almost 1 per second. And these do 30 per second. So a single belt can carry literally all of this. Which I'm into that. I'm both into it and displeased by it. Because if it can all go into a single belt, it isn't an extreme amount, but it all fitting onto a single belt is quite convenient. Set to acid. This is still one of my favorite songs on the playlist. I know I mention this every time it comes up, but it makes me happy. Time for mass liquid vacuums? Yes. Better cover up the acid pools with a shield. They can land there and ruin the spot. Pretty certain they can't because there's not enough space here for them to land, but it is a concern, yes. It's a very real concern. Can I produce more acid here? I think I can. Let me get another bunch of harvesters. What am I missing? Iron and ingots. No longer missing iron ingots. Where there's a way, there's some cheaty exploit the AI can use. You're not wrong. Stack the assets, you can pile it all in one belt. Sure, why not? It doesn't matter. We're not near capacity with that belt anyways. Close to mega wattage? Not close. Alright. This has got to be a thing. Okay. take it around this way. Ta-da. Okay. How to use flow meter on conveyors somehow. I don't know what that means. Flow meter on conveyors somehow. Do you use flow meter on conveyor? Oh! Oh, you're referring to this thing, the traffic monitor, I think. Building flow meter on a conveyor belt monitors the real-time flow rate. Corresponding location on the belt. Criteria can be specified to trigger an alarm. I don't use it for anything. I can imagine several. I can imagine several use cases where I would want to. I just don't have a need to. I'd say, for example, oh no, we're suffering missile shortage. I want to know this before we start encountering death on the front lines, you know. It is within the heal range. Alright, so this is in the heal range of everything. Nothing gets close to this without getting engaged. Excellent. This is going at maximum rates, and we're not backing up anywhere, so don't need to worry about any of this. So now we're producing quite a lot of acid here. So if we go production, it's a whopping 0.15 per minute. Well, that's not true. But it's fine, I guess. I do have a concern about them approaching from the other side. So I need to have a missile launcher array over here. It's connecting directly to this, okay. Around 100 hours average. Is that default? Oh my god, it is. 1 minute. There we go. That's a lot. That's better. That's much better. What upgrade is it to see stats on production? There is no upgrade to see stats on production. You just pull up your production tab. It's a button on the keyboard. You press the button and you get it. That's it. All right. I do want to hang out here to see the first defense. I also kind of want to expand the missiles out a bit more. Go a little further still. This is within, yeah, it's within range. Yeah. So if anything gets within these missile ranges, directly they'll get shot. We have a healing station healing everything, including the missile, the heal beacon out there. Please leave all 50 turrets. No, thank you. The more turrets we have, the more power they consume, which is not a big deal, but if I were to leave all 50, I would have to expand further out with additional stuff. It's already a bit meh. I guess we could just expand. I do have another battlefield base I could throw down here. And over here. Sure, why not? Check turret settings. Not particularly interested in most of the turret settings. Is there something that you would like to point out? You just love all-around defense. Yeah, it just doesn't really help me with anything. Remember, the more stuff we have here, the more angry the dark fog becomes. So, less is more. Okay, these are all in range of each other, I think. So, should be good to go. We certainly have all-around defense, that's for sure. Let's adjust this. Put it over here. There we go. Now it's better coverage. Anything within any of these circles is gonna get blasted. Okay, and we have infinite power in the form of, well, solar panels. And we produce much more power than we consume on idle. So we will sit here and wait for sit here and wait for the first wave to go through so I can see it without my interaction. Then we'll just move on. So we're going to set multiple turret settings at one time. Anytime you do this, is copy and pasting like I've been doing. We'll copy the turret settings. So you just set one and then just paste it everywhere. It's real easy. Yeah, now that we're not producing things. The threat has slowed to a crawl. Which is fine by me. Really new to the game. Yeah, a lot of that stuff is explained in the tutorial, or just by looking. But I'm happy to answer questions. 10 units coming. Does anyone want to see these guys get blasted? So I certainly do. I'm going to do what I can to stay away from the combat. That unit just ceased to exist. Here comes an aircraft. Yeah, okay. Not even close. Like, not even a little close. Sweet. These are set to ignore the orbitals so we don't declare war on the fog hive up here. And that's it. We're good to go. So let's return. Next stop, Homeland. Let's rename this Beta Core V2 to Rare Material Star. Yeah. I'm specifically looking to return to Grass World, which is over here. Thank you. Let's do it. If the S is back here. Well, yeah, we're not consuming it at all. So, ready? It's warp time. Engage. I go fast. It's so pretty. Look at us go in hyperspace. Excellent, yes. Oh. Alright, so now we just need to import the good new materials over. This is the wrong one. Import onto any of these. Like, say, which of you has nothing? How are we grabbing though? This one. This is looking like a great place for it. You. Acid. 5,000. Remote demand. Ta-da! This dark fog and vague systems they've been kicked out of. They do grow and expand to systems. I do not know the specifics on the invasions. I would be surprised if they didn't, but I find it unlikely that they would do so in a swift period of time. Look at it. All of our acid vehicles. Jumping through hyperspace. Coming over here. Come get us. Let's see, where Forge World over there. Where, which direction they're coming from? It's Glass World. Probably from over here. Yeah, they just landed. And lots of acid will be going distributing around the world now. That will solve a lot of our bottleneck issues. It's not being distributed exceptionally quickly, so let's find out why. It's already getting sucked up over here. There we go. Yeah. There it is. Okay, so now it's getting absorbed. It's getting absorbed real quick. This will massively increase our titanium alloy production, which has been a bottleneck for some time. In fact, I can keep expanding this out and do it some more. Let's do that. To think we no longer need the you're the wrong way. We don't need the defenses on this world anymore. It's so nice. I'm just happy our what is it called? Our farm survived the death of the space fleet, space hive. So that means we can just keep it alive indefinitely, so long as we never damage it. Alright, well, this will consume a lot of acid. Fortunately, we are producing a lot of acid. So that's nice. Peaking on power here? Not even close. Ta-da! We got some extra inventory, so let's purge some things. I like how I'm purging this place before the previous one. And the previous one was the messier one. How many kills per minute gun last 10 minutes? It's not going to be much. Entire star cluster. There's your kill per minute. Just about 60. For the last 10 minutes, it's better average. Yeah, just about 60 kills per minute. Which is, you know, not many kills per minute. You know, they're trying. They're certainly trying. Not very hard, but they're still trying. We'll leave these as is. This is still giving stuff. Producing all this stuff, that's good. Which means acid production here can be converted into pure fuel, because acid does require fuel to create. And that is no longer a requirement. Could use the fuel elsewhere. How much acid does this make? 10 per minute? This is not much acid. I'll leave it for now. I won't leave it for now. Let's starve this. So we'll get this disabled. Then we'll see if there's any more acid production on this planet. This guy, we're up to better progress on the particle containers, which is nice. Alrighty, have a good one out there, Gelba. Sleep well. At least try to get some rest, yeah? We're so close to getting so many more upgrades. Imagine when we get drone speed upgrades. Yes. That's expensive is what that is. Alright, so we have successfully invaded a new star system, and in doing so obtained plenty more goodies. Like a lot more goodies. And that will substantially boost our current... most everything, really, because that is our titanium alloy production, which has been boosted. Can I bring more of these back with me? Not really. Can I top off anything else here? I didn't really drag anything out, did I? No. bring these back. Why are you not generating metadata? Shouldn't you get some? Is that... Metadata is something which generates when you have extraneous science going on. We're currently struggling for science, so that's not happening right now. At least I presume it's not happening right now. Yeah, I presume it's not happening right now because we're kind of bottlenecked on resources. Therefore, metadata is not being produced in a substantial amount. So we'll get back to you on that one. Why is this stopped? It's stopped because we're blocked on fuel. Great. We put too much fuel on these lines is what happened. Wait, that's not why. We're out of hydrogen. All our hydrogen got converted into fuel. How did all of our hydrogen get converted into fuel? I'm confused. Wait. How did all of our hydrogen get converted into fuel? This produces fuel. This consumes to output. Something is amiss here. Does anyone know why our hydrogen is getting converted into fuel here? I mean, I'm not sad about this. It's unexpected and therefore it's clogging up the production line. To make graphite? That's not helpful, King. Yes, the point of this is to make graphite. Why is it consuming our hydrogen? This produces 1 hydrogen. This consumes 1 hydrogen. Why is it consuming an average of more than 1 hydrogen? We definitely have way too much fuel in this system. Wait a minute. If this system gets starved for coal, then this stops producing... No, it stops producing fuel. And it stops consuming hydrogen. Which means this should... Whole point of this recipe is an early game way to get hydrogen. I don't think that's the case. considering it consumes hydrogen. Alright, so if this starves on coal, which is possible, then it will stop consuming hydrogen and will stop consuming oil. It will stop producing oil. More importantly, which would mean we should have we should have a surplus of hydrogen then. So why don't we have a surplus of hydrogen? Our current hydrogen levels seem to be going down. Recipe chain process to refined oil positive? No. It takes two fuel, creates 3 fuel, consumes 1 fuel. So just fuel alone. It consumes 2, produces 3, consumes 1, produces 0. So we start with 2, plus 1, minus 1. That's it. That's the end of it. Same thing with hydrogen. Minus 1, minus 2, plus 3. It's net positive. It's net 0 both ways. Alright then, troubleshooting this guy. What is going on here? There is distinctly less hydrogen in this than when we started. Only thing I could think of is that it's like a coincidence thing. This guy is grabbing the hydrogen before the next one, and it's converting it into fuel. And then this guy isn't getting hydrogen because it's beyond this one. That's all I could think of here. And so this one operates more than this one operates just because it's in front of it and for no other reason. Which is an interesting problem to have. Means I probably need to redo this. I probably need to redo these. What if I were to have an extra one of these on the end set to do this? It would still starve because it requires hydrogen. Both recipes require hydrogen is the thing. Alright, I think that's probably what's going on, which means I need to have a different layout here. Like each of these needs to have its own individual loop, probably, which shouldn't be an issue, actually, now that I think about it. I can just reorder these. Like this. Is that true? Kinda, sorta. That way this one will never... This one has a maximum saturation that it just can't absorb beyond, so there'll always be some on here. So I think what happened is enough of it got starved that it was unable to. Alternatively, I don't need to do this. I can just fuel it with enough. No, that's not true, is it? I need to have one build completely saturated on this. And then... Okay. So this one needs to stop running. Needs to be able to stop running due to fuel overload. Which will mean that there will be hydrogen on this line for this one to grab later. So this shouldn't stop. And I think the reason it stopped before was because there was so much... Okay, so I should be able to do the same thing here without causing a problem. I just have to overload it with hydrogen to the point where it... We need to saturate this fuel line to the point where every one of these is... Every one of these is full, so like to the point where this is stopped. So this fuel line is hard stopped now. And let's overload it with some extra fuel, because we can. Okay. And so once it's stopped and fully stuck with fuel, then I start it up with hydrogen again. And if it is able to start with hydrogen, or while being in a soft lock state, so to speak, then it should be able to do so again when I'm not here. So hydrogen, please. Just dump it up there. Too much thinking. Yeah, I think that there's probably a better way to do this. But the way this is lined up now, if it gets soft locked, there should be enough hydrogen floating around that it should unsoft lock. And if for whatever reason it bottlenecks again, there'll be enough... If for whatever reason it bottlenecks again, it should just get unstuck. The only concern would be if hydrogen manages to get gridlocked. If hydrogen gets gridlocked and the... No, that wouldn't matter. Because if both get gridlocked, that means that these are full up. And the only thing that could stop, that would make that happen, is if coal stops flowing in. Which would immediately... That problem would be immediately solved by coal flowing in again. Because coal flows in, it utilizes all of these, operates on these, and then fails to output due to this getting stuck. So coal stops going in, and then this should just keep going because the... Okay, yeah, no, okay, so this should work, So for whatever reason, hydrogen disappears again. This also means that I can do this, because this should be... Yeah. So this... We're stuck on fuel. We have fuel jammed into these machines everywhere. We have... While the grid is locked. So it just, on average, trends toward... Look at that, 60 fuel in here. On average, it trends toward the fuel And I believe the reason it trends toward the fuel is because the first one here grabs the hydrogen before anything has an opportunity to get it. So in case of multiple machines needing it simultaneously, this left one will always win the race condition, and as such it will output fuel. And so there is a lack of hydrogen. Now all I need is to put it in a state where if there is a gridlock, then there will be sufficient hydrogen around to restart it again, which can be done by overloading this belt, or loading this belt basically twice. We load it once to get the thing operational in a 50-50, and then we load it a second time to ungridlock it. Done. Machine bottom left isn't outputting, is it? Probably not, because it's in basically a fuel gridlock here, which is fine for now. Like, it will try to output, but there's not a lot of open fuel spots, because we just have too much fuel on the belt. Let's see. I think if I remove some fuel out of this line, it'll be okay. We have another planetary base. What? Oh, no, those are acid worlds. On the acid world. Okay. Let me drain some of this. Just so it outputs a bit more consistently. It doesn't harm our throughput as much. I think me putting the extra fuel on here was a problem. Good opportunities with belt monitors. Actually, yeah. Let's do that. Let's put you back over here. Can this be placed directly on a belt? Yes. Struggling for power on this planet. 200 per minute. Let's see. Cycle of. Do 30 seconds. Target flow. It doesn't really matter, but we'll add graphene here. Condition is less than. Okay. Cargo, no cargo. Is there a not? Yes, there is not equal. Alright. So if we ever hit 0 cargo going through in 30 seconds, an alarm should signal. And we'll hear about it. I can test this by doing this. Letting it go for 30 seconds. And we should get an alarm. This is a great use of this system. I like that. Good thing you love spaghetti. Oh no. How am I finding the combat update? I'm loving it. It's a great use for the yeah, there's the alarm. He's letting me know, hey, there's a problem here. It's not particularly great at indicating. Like, it maps it over to me, but it doesn't... It's kind of hard to deal with. I guess I could open the main map and figure out where it is, but I would love to... Alright. This is a problem. This needs to not happen. It's, Okay. Let's set this to 5 seconds for testing. Fail condition is not equals 0. Pass condition is not equal 0. Or sorry, fail condition is equal 0, yeah. Let's do this. 5 seconds, we should get it. Yeah, there it is. Okay. That's what I'm looking for. So Alright, so instead of 5 seconds, we'll set it to 30. There we go. So if this ever hits 0 cargo for 30 seconds, then we'll get a notification. I had it set to instantaneous before. So all of these are operational. Mostly. This one might have a little bit too much fuel on the line. This one still might have a little bit too much fuel on the line. I think there's a better way to handle this. I mean, there must be a better way to handle this. This was not exactly extremely well put together. It probably involves keeping these two directly fueled, where this takes coal, hydrogen, and oil. This takes hydrogen and fuel. If I were to output the fuel directly into this guy, use a slow sorter to slowly burn off excess fuel. There is no excess fuel is the problem with that. I would then just need hydrogen, but this can operate how many times? This can, off the fuel, this can operate 3 times. This produces 3 fuel. And the hydrogen it produces can feed this 3 times. I think we maybe would be able to do a pass back and forth thing here. Because this can operate 3 times, and this can operate 3 times. Problem being, this one also requires fuel as input. This doesn't output fuel. It needs to output fuel to itself. this consumes 2 fuel, outputs 3. This for 1 operation. Oh my god. This never outputs fuel. So this thing always has to output fuel to itself. Which is what we're doing here. It's inputting it and outputting it to itself. And then of that input, 1/3 of the output of the fuel this thing gives needs to go to here, where 2/3 needs to go back to itself. This is the kind of thing I want to learn how to do, because this is useful. Once learned, this is useful on every playthrough forever. So we're back here once again. Hit a raid and only 15k shield HP left. Oh my. That's intense. That's like scary close, actually. If I were to have all of these output into a giant tank, how would that handle? It's basically what I'm doing now with the, no, because it's basically what I'm doing now with this. I just need to make sure that it's 1 operation for each of these. For every 1 operation here, we need to do 1 operation here. I don't know how to force that. The design of this setup, the goal of this setup, intent of this setup was that by putting it all in a big loop like this, it would average out to be 1. Which is kind of sort of true, but it seems to have a bias toward one direction. Which we've pretty certain we've solved by overloading one of the belts purposefully. So when it hits that bias, it just bounces back. But I don't see how to do this differently at this point in time. Let me think if I were to set up here. Do something like this. So this one has to go first because it inputs coal. This one has to grab fuel from an unrelated line. So fuel in here from an unrelated line. This outputs fuel. We output fuel to here. This then does an operation. So fuel, coal, hydrogen. This produces hydrogen. This produces enough hydrogen to operate this machine how many times? 3 times. So we do this. This will soft lock this setup because this every one operation here does enough to remove this gives enough to operate 3 times. This gives enough to operate 3 times. Problem is that we need the input here to go back to itself and have exactly 1 siphon off, which is not awesome. Think. If I were to do, alright, so if I were to try this, does this work? Like this. One, two, three. And I were to give you these basic items. When do you require each? 1, 1, 2. There's 2. Require 1, 1, 2. So 1, 2, 1. Alright, so if I were to then loop this around here and input it right back in from whence it came, we would get that again. Then we would just need the hydrogen. This can go directly into this machine here. Like so. Slurp it up, please. Then we just need the hydrogen. Now, how are we going to deal with hydrogen here? Coal can be run directly in, because that's an outside force. That has to be, this is desired input. This guy, on the other hand, is an issue. Because you consume hydrogen, and you consume hydrogen and produce hydrogen at very different amounts. So you take 2, produce 3. You take 1. actually. Does that mean I can just do this? 1, 2, loop this around in the same way. Oh, wrong way. Hydrogen, hydrogen, and then input there. And we need a third hydrogen output, which goes directly into here. Just one. And then we need one graphite output here. Like this. You specifically need to be graphite. Is that enough? So if I were to put, you've operated once, now we just need enough hydrogen in the system to make this work. So if I were to put 2 more hydrogen in, for the total of 3, we produce 1 graphite, we spew out, and you should be ready to go with 1 more coal. Let's set this up for a bit more automation and just dump a line of coal on here. So ideally, so if I've thought about this correctly, then this should just kind of work as a single setup. This will input a bunch. We'll do 1 operation around. We'll wait for this hydrogen to get over, which restarts this process. And we get graphite out of it. This is relying on the fact that we have multiple sorters grabbing 1 item each time, so we can never use the higher tier sorters for this, which is fine by me, I guess. But 2 recipes on 2 setups is much more space efficient. I don't see how to do that is the thing, because they're interdependent on each other, and connecting them in any way allows them to consume separately, allows them to consume at different rates. This ties their rates together. Like, having them in separate setups is basically what we've got over here. In effect, we just have it all pulling from the same storage because we have to have them pull from the same storage. Because if you have them in two different entirely different storages, then they all get, and they have the opportunity to shift toward the other, which would cause the same problem that we have here. So you have to link the storages. Like, you can't not have the storages linked, or it doesn't work. You have to link the storages. But the entire loop doesn't work, and if you link the storages, then you have the same problem here as we have here, because that's what we've done. We're using the same storages. Mind you, I don't have much of a buffer. It's just whatever is on these belts is the buffer, but we've seen that has a problem. This, I think, will continue to work forever, because we've solved the problem. It will still trend toward converting all of this hydrogen into fuel, but once the fuel line is backed up, it must then stop producing fuel, which allows it to produce more hydrogen. All we have to do is have enough hydrogen on the board in order for it to continue producing hydrogen, because it takes hydrogen to create hydrogen. And thus, by oversaturating the system with hydrogen compared to fuel, we then have a system which cannot be soft-locked, because it will always bootstrap itself again. This, on the other hand, is just, I think, a closer way to do it without doing the big loop up there. Now, how to make this look pretty and scalable, I don't know. This does not look scalable to me, and I don't know how to make it scalable yet. But how can I shift this around is the question. Because I can do 2 out, 1 in, right? I can do 2 out, 1 in to make this go back. So I don't have to go wrap around this way for it. I can do this. Like this. 2 blue. 2 orange, 1 blue. Did you have extra hydrogen? No. No. This is a net zero situation. It's a net zero situation that converts between fuel and hydrogen. The problem was that it converted all of the hydrogen into fuel and then soft-locked itself because there was not enough space on the belts for it to produce more. I've adjusted the system so that when it runs out of space, it will continue to produce the other one, which solved that problem. So this should theoretically continue to go forever. If you notice, every so often, the belt stops, and then it restarts again. My concern is that when it stops, there's a brief period of time where some of these won't be going, so we'll lose some efficiency and processing speed, but I think I've got the numbers right such that they're all operating right now. And they've been all operating for a substantial period of time. Didn't have excess hydrogen overall? Oh, you mean globally? Yes. Okay, so hydrogen goes out. I can line this closer. Huh. Shiny oil. I didn't realize. Okay. I can do the same thing over here. Two out, one in. And then you need to export one fuel here. And then all I have to do is do 2 lines, because these don't operate very quickly. Is run 2 lines like this for in and out. You out here, and you in, and you out. No, you don't out at all. Not on this side. You also don't in at all here. You just out here. And use specific... I hate this. I was so close to testing it. Let's get this real close. Nice and close and personal. So you out 1. Oh, too close. So you should have 3 out. You should have 3 outs here. 1, 2, 3 for all 3 fuel. 2 of them get sucked back in. You should have 4 outs. 1 to the final product output of energetic graphite. 1 to this machine of hydrogen. And 2 to yourself of hydrogen. These sorters are important. So if I were to do something like chuck this full of coal, we should get a bunch of graphite out of it. Once I bootstrap it with enough basic fuel, and do I not have any fuel on me? Need fuel and hydrogen. I've got hydrogen, some hydrogen, not enough hydrogen. Let's grab some hydrogen. Oh, hello. We're almost out of fuel over there, which is concerning. Alright, so you have 2 fuel in you. You have 1 fuel in you. You just need 2 hydrogen to operate. So you have the exact amount necessary to operate. Which does this, which causes this to operate. And then causes this to operate. Now if I were to add a second set into here, we should have both of these going simultaneously. So I need 3 more hydrogen. 2. I believe you only need 1 hydrogen to operate this, so we'll do this on first. And you need how much more fuel here? 2 fuel. Alright, so now you should be sitting at 6 fuel at some point. No, 2 fuel at some point, or have an extra one laying around. Yes. So the moment we give this an extra fuel... Is that true? We've converted it to extra fuel, is what's happened here. Okay. When is the impending doom? There's a space fleet going to destroy us. Oh, we destroyed it. We destroyed everything. What are we trying to achieve with those 2 buildings? We are attempting to create a new blueprint for efficient operations of stuff. Right, so the fuel ended up here, which means I shouldn't have been surprised. Because the fuel goes here. So if we do this, this operates again. Yeah, because it just gets all kicked out, so I don't need to do the other one. Just bootstraps itself. This thing will operate for so long as it is given fuel. All we have to do is give this thing enough hydrogen to keep the cycle consistent. Okay. Which it appears to be doing now. Okay. We ran out of coal. Keep going, please. They're both stopping for a small amount of time, but not for very long. If I give this 2 more hydrogen, I think that will be enough to do it, because this will immediately go into the next one. And it should get the hydrogen back without stopping. This one specifically is still stopping because it doesn't have hydrogen. It doesn't have hydrogen because this needs an extra 1 hydrogen in it to feed it, so it doesn't have to rely on feeding itself. Is that true? No, it needs 2 hydrogen because the recipe uses 2 hydrogen. There we go. So this should be constant because it's feeding itself with extra reserves to replenish itself, with the extra reserves to utilize while it recycles its own stuff. And this should carry on at the same speed as this guy. Okay. There it is. And this will continue to operate for so long as there is coal to do so. And it's not dependent on anything else. It's self-contained within its, well, self. And when it's coal starved, which it should not be, we'll check this. We'll check this to make sure it bootstraps itself again. I'm pretty certain we've already seen that happen. So without coal, this stops, which means we should get some extra hydrogen into here. And it will continue to burn through this. We should end up with 4 hydrogen here and 0 fuel. Good. And this will have enough hydrogen. This happens to have enough hydrogen for 5 operations, which is unnecessary but fine. And we have a little extra fuel here because I put extra fuel in there so it doesn't run out. Okay. You have an entire hemisphere just wind turbines. Oh no. Okay, nice. Very good. Okay, now, just to make sure I'm not going crazy, if we back up on energetic graphite, we shouldn't have a problem. It should just stop. Because it will stop outputting this and therefore stop operating, which means it will fill up on hydrogen, all 4 of it, and then it will fill up on refined oil. Yeah, it should take all the refined oil, and this thing should lose all of its hydrogen and refined oil. Wait a minute. It should always have at least 2 refined oil. But should lose its hydrogen. We need more coal. Go. So this should lose its hydrogen because it'll stop being fed hydrogen. And it should always have at least 2 refined oil because it always spits out 2 over here, and therefore it always has 2 in the input. Right, we're backed up here. We've produced no more hydrogen. This will continue to operate, consuming all of its hydrogen up until it has none, which is now, and then it'll stop. It still has at least 2 fuel, which is fine. And then it should just be a matter of unclogging it. If I predict what happens, let me predict this. If I unclog this, these will start operating again without concern, which will spew out more hydrogen here, and because it has fuel, it is already good to go. And we're back at the 100% efficiency time. Okay, and this is continuously going. Okay, I like this. I like this a lot. This is relatively easy to tile, I would imagine. It runs... We can run it in a straight line like this. It's kind of long going this way, but not too big deal. I can also feed it vertically with splitters, or laterally with splitters. Just by having a single coal line run down this way and split off to the sides as necessary. So we can do massive expansion with this. And it's much more stable than this guy. 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Uses the same amount of sorters. Cheaper sorters, though. Doesn't have to deal with this mass amount of stuff. This would be a bit harder to bootstrap, though. Because I have to manually fill these with stuff. What would have happened if I would have just... Okay, let's undo it. Take all it out. Take it all out. And if I want to try bootstrapping this, what does that look like? And say I have nothing in here. You go over here. If I have nothing in here, I need to, and I want to put stuff in here. I've got, I'm going to do what I typically do, or what I would want to do, which is dump hydrogen into here. I would also need to dump hydrogen into here. If I just flood this with hydrogen, like, hey, you get hydrogen, you get hydrogen, and I don't know, you get fuel. So they both require hydrogen to operate. So I have to do both of them. Or I try bootstrapping only one of them and see what happens. I do this, and I get a little bit more view. If I were to do this one first, put you into here, you operate. And then, is that enough to get this one started? I think it's probably enough to get this one started. It isn't, because this also needs fuel, and this never outputs fuel. So I have to put fuel and hydrogen into this, and then fuel into... What just happened? Here we go. Fuel into this, and then I can put coal into here. And, well, attach it to the grid. That doesn't bottleneck anything, right? This is a problem. This is also kind of a problem. Is it a problem? Because if these can't output, then it will just output all of it this way. Let's say this can't output, so this should output multiple times. This can't take the input. Okay. Well, it's working, and we know that it's will inevitably, if it hits 0, will inevitably restart, because it is designed such that it will hit a minimum. And I'm noticing that it goes down to its normal size, because it won't automatically insert. Okay, so that works. Because if I put too much hydrogen in it, it won't accept hydrogen from the other thing until it has consumed the hydrogen, which means this guy just doesn't do things. More accurately, the hydrogen sits here in the output, unable to go anywhere until this is ready. Which is, it's fine, because it'll never build up more than when I put it into it. Same thing here with the fuel, except that the fuel gets converted into coal. So if this guy has too much fuel, if this guy has too much fuel and can't accept more, this guy will stop operating altogether until this thing has operated enough times to convert the fuel into energetic graphite and eject the graphite out. So this will be fuel negative until it hits a certain amount of fuel. As we can see here, we have 0 fuel here and 9 fuel here. Let's throw some more coal to see how much of an extreme we can do to this. Should be doing science. There's a world in which this stops operating because it's got too much hydrogen in it, which would also be fine. Because it would just have to wait for this guy to operate again. As long as I don't soft lock it by flooding them both with too much of everything. Gridlock it, I think is a better description. Okay, there we have it. It balances itself. I like it. I like it. Alright, I am satisfied. I'm very satisfied. Put the resources back where they belong. And I'm just going to save this. It isn't in a great state. I need to make it pretty and tileable, all fun stuff, but advanced graphite 2. Advanced graphite 2. Okay, save blueprint. Okay, so now I know where that is and I can deal with that as necessary. This, I mean, it works. It's not as pretty, but it works. And I think it works just as effectively as this. It might end up being more space efficient, but is certainly messier and harder to manage. That's for sure. You can deal with too much hydrogen by making consumption overflows. Usually feed both to fuel first. Later the hydrogen goes to deuterium fractionators. That's not going to be relevant at all here. We're going to make a Dyson Sphere. We are not close to making a Dyson Sphere. I mean, we are close to making a Dyson Sphere, but we are not ready to make a Dyson Sphere. We need multiple production chains added in to do that. Yeah, we're better off going over here. Okay. Like multiple new production chains. It feels so good. Alright, let us return to Forge World. Actually, wait a minute. Let me check on the... Where is the... I'm going to check on our titanium alloy real quick. It should be a little bit further this way. Right here. How you looking? Yeah. We're keeping up with production. It's so beautiful. All right. To Forge World we go. It's so pretty. Look, nice clear skies. Oh, there's a new vehicle coming in via warp. Warp travel is just funny. Makes me happy. Good morning there, the real Wotan. Splash. Alright, I'm going to inspect this just to make sure this is still operating. I do not see why it wouldn't be. However, I want to see it because... well, I'm not that familiar with the mechanics. I mean, it's still building things. It's, yeah, it is now energy starved. It has some energy production, but not much. Not much at all. Let's see. Disable this. How many kills have we gotten? in the last 10 minutes. Oh boy. We can see where they've stopped producing things. Where they've run out of energy. Their laser towers are out of energy completely. Oh. This thing's not quite out of energy just yet. But it's draining energy passively. And it's out of energy. Alright. We're watching this thing die in real time. Okay. So it still has energy to do things, just not very quickly. And the things it is doing is not enough to get any real work done. It seems to be prioritizing construction of buildings over other things. Why is it dying? Starvation. Yeah, we've done a lot of damage here. We farmed it really hard. Really hard. It's out of resources, like entirely. I am curious to see if it is able to restart itself, so to speak. If it continues to try to reconstruct. Because it's having a bad day. A real bad day. So this thing produces enough power. Let's see, 4.8. I mean, it's producing power, and this thing is consuming power to do things. Mostly sustain itself. It's building this structure still. It's banking up some matter, because it can't spend the matter on things, because it doesn't have the energy to do so. Which is interesting. Oh! I think it just planted down a new guideway here. And it broke the rocks in doing so. You can see it sending some matter back and forth between these. Well, obviously this is not a particularly effective or, efficient farm going on here. So that's something. It's getting a lot of extra matter, mostly because it can't spend it anywhere. That's a different side of the equation. It is now constructing this thing here. I mean, it's still trying to grow, so that's nice. I just don't see it ever coming back from this, is the problem. At least not in a way that's meaningful. It's not getting XP because it's not in combat, because it's not building units. It's at 0% construction. It's placed this, but it's not building it. It's not building it because it doesn't have energy and it doesn't have matter. It doesn't have matter, not because there's no matter here, but because it doesn't have the energy to move it. And it doesn't have the energy to move it because, well, it's not gaining energy at all. It's got enough energy to move things between this and this, but not enough energy to power this, which I'm sure it's not particularly happy about because this is a defense turret and I'm standing right next to it. So, what I was hoping was that this thing would be able to build up enough energy like a battery that it could just burst out some more stuff. But it seems not be the case. I think the idle cost of these things is too high. Say this plasma sentry, for example. It costs too much. If I were to manually target this and bring this down specifically, would it no longer cost energy because it is not alive, and therefore would this thing have enough energy to produce everything else? No. I think not. Let's see what happens if we break this one. Because this one is currently being fed by this guideway, which does have energy and matter. Time to prune it like a tree. That's what I'm thinking. Oh! Its lights turned on. Okay. Oh! It's doing things. It's trying to do things. Now it just moved it over here. No, I think this base itself just consumes too much. I think the central planetary base consumes too much for it to deal with. Even pruning these little branches even pruning little branches is too much for it to do anything with. I think is what's going on here. It's able to still repair itself from damage it's taken. It does redistribute the... Oh! It's bringing the Raider camp online. Oh, it tried. Oh, it's trying. Look at... It's got enough matter. It's got a lot of matter now. Oh, it's trying so hard. If I break this one... What if we keep pruning it? I mean, at the end, even if we prune all of this, it's not going to be enough to make it all the way to the to be worth farming. But I think if we prune all of it, it might have any amount of being alive. Imagine at the start of this stream, we were doing everything we can to destroy these, and now we spent so much time trying to destroy them. Now I'm just trying to keep it alive. Save it from itself. Alright, we'll prune this one too. Oh, its lights are staying on a little bit longer. It's idle. It's replicating. Oh, it died again. It's trying to turbocharge. It did it. It created a unit. Guys, it created a unit. Guys, it's trying. It is constructing this thing, and it has actually managed to start reconstructing this plasma sentry. Like, it's 11% reconstructed. It is reconstructing the branches that I have pruned. But pruning it does seem to have worked. Kind of. I mean, it's definitely not alive. But it's not entirely dead. Yeah, all the branches that I've trimmed appear to have higher priority than spawning more units. So, not much I'm going to be able to do there. Unless maybe I do this. Oh, now we get to test this. There's no way. There's no way that this lives long enough to be meaningful. Because even if this works, they're going to spawn units here and just blow it up. Lasers hurts in range of everything but one raider camp. I'm probably not going to bother dealing with this. I'm just testing it to see what happens. I don't intend to spend time attempting to farm this. I just want to see if what we're doing has an effect. Yeah, the base itself just seems to have a passive consumption of 5.4 megawatts, which is more than the solar panel system for it actually provides. Therefore, the entire system is offline. And just like our systems, it doesn't go completely offline so much as slow down dramatically. And the slow down dramatically is extensive to the point where it is realistically not doing anything. Level 11 structures don't look realistic for a solar base. You're correct. I think it's the same for lower tier bases as well. I think it doesn't change. It's just level 11 bases are a bit more egregious for it. Oh, hello. You're producing units a bit faster now, are you? Yay, new. Got like 1 XP for this thing. So with all of this pruned, it is still not able to provide power. Oh, wait a minute. You, sir, straight up deleted my conveyor belt? No, the conveyor belt is still there. It just built over it. Okay. So good to know. It can build over your stuff. If your stuff is there, it just doesn't care. We are renewing our affinity for the floor, apparently, and being inside of it. We're gonna delete these so I don't get spam notified. Okay, well, we have learned. There is no reason to leave this here anymore. It gone. I do wonder, this thing can... I'm guessing if this thing gets enough matter, it will reconstruct the core. Why is there a... notification for that? There's nothing there. I think that's just where the core would have been. I'm guessing if this thing gets enough matter, it will reconstruct the core, but I don't know if I wanted to get enough matter. We're probably just going to purge all hostility on this planet in its entirety. Oh, hey, look, there's a unit walking around. It did it. Okay, well, that's fine. We've done the science. We understand now. Next stop is more and crazier things. So, the next things we need to do are get a Dyson Sphere going and actually just carry on with the rest of the mission, with the rest of our main story quest. So that should be pretty cool. But that is going to be something we will do another time. For tonight, we are quite finished. I think next time we're actually going to restart and set it to max difficulty, because max difficulty sounds fun. I'm super into that idea now that we've explored all the new mechanics and such. And in order to show you guys what that looks like, we're going to go ahead and raid another DSP player who's actually doing max difficulty right now, so you guys can see something of that kind. There's going to be a whole lot of madness going around, and I'm looking to dive straight into that. But for now, have a good night, everyone. I look forward to seeing you guys tomorrow for our usual stream. I will likely be a bit later than usual, as I do have other activities tomorrow night that I have to finish up before starting up the stream. But for now, have a good night, everyone. I'll see you guys later.